The weather looks like balmy 20 degrees there. 20. Mm.
Chhattisgarh, the 10th largest state in India, and the land rich in natural minerals and resources, with one-third tribal population, and renowned for Chitrakote waterfall, the widest waterfall in India, and widely called as the Niagara of India. It also got its fame for its vast wildlife, bell metal, and terracotta, and a modern-day famous golf and lake resort, which is playing host to the inaugural SECL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship 2025, presented by Chhattisgarh Tourism. The first 2 days witnessed some sensational golf, plenty of birdies and eagles. Delhi's Shaurya Bhattacharya and Gurugram's Karthik Sharma ended the second day in tied second place at 13 under 125. Bengaluru golfer Kalin Joshi fired a sensational 9 under 60 to storm into a one-shot lead at a total of 14 under 124 in round 2 of the 1 crore SECL Chhattisgarh Open 2025, presented by Chhattisgarh Tourism.
State and what a venue it has been thus far on the PGTI industry. And I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my illustrious co host, Mr. Krishna Swami. And we'll try and take you through the trials and tribulation of the last two rounds. Ever been posted on the Professional Golf Tour of India. This shows you two things that the players are really in their form. And also, the golf course is offering quite a few opportunities for the players to go low. A par 69, one of the few that I can remember from recent history, but it's resplendent. From what I hear, the players tell me that the conditions are amenable for birdies. The greens are rolling through. It's a new golf course, a new venue, and maybe we'll have a new winner as well. But they say familiarity breeds contempt, but not for Kalin Joshi. He's number one on the leaderboard closely by Southpaw Karthik Sharma, the lefty, at 13 under par, alongside Shaurya Bhattacharya, M. Dharma, Mani Ram, the journeyman who's turning the clock back, is at 12 under par, joined in a court with Akshay, Jamal Hussain, and Manoj J.S. Angachima, Shaurya Binu, and yeah, they round up the top 10.
Yeah, thank you, Shaurya. A third week on the 2025 season, and we had winner Yuvraj Sandhu the first 2 weeks, who's decided to take a rest this week, probably in preparation for the big month of March, where we'll have two challenger events followed by the Hero Indian Open, the flagship event in India. And he is, of course, leading the order of merit, as was to be expected after two successive wins. This week, a par 69 course, a brand new course which has been added to the roster of the PGTI. And so people are having, I'm sure people are still trying to kind of adjust to the course. The scores have been pretty good. There is Shaurya Binu on your screen, a former winner in the past, young lad with an army background. Uh, this week has seen some, even though it's a new course, it's seen a few shockers right at the start. Among those missing out the cut were players like Chika Rangappa, Manu Gandas. Manu Gandas, of course, is a past order of merit winner. And the cut went at 4 under, and Manu Kandas was found himself on the wrong side of the cut line at 3 under. Also, Chikarangappa was 3 under, and he missed it. Another young talented player, Aryan Rupa Anand, also missed it at 2 under. So there were quite a few misses out there. Also, Shat Mishra, Akshay Niranjan, two very good amateurs in their amateur career who were shifted to the pro ranks in the last couple of seasons. Rashid Khan was another man who found himself on the outside the cut line. So it's not exactly a short and easy course, a challenging one. And we see Shaurya Binu all set to tee off.
Shaurya Binu, the youngster, already tasted success on tour with that victory under his belt. Very free flowing swing. That was a slightly errant tee shot on the first. The back nine offers quite a few birdie opportunity for these players. What I hear is that the front nine is where some challenge do lie, but the back nine does offer you another extra par five as well. Playing alongside Shaurya is Manoj S. Precocious youngster, all of 16 years. I think at that point in time, I was more worried about getting to school in time, but not this lad. He has a lot of power. The firepower is evident. What a beautiful swing he possesses. And, the maturation process has not yet started, but he's already belting the ball way down there. So I'm pretty certain that, look out, folks, that's going to be a name which is going to be resounding in the annals of Indian golf, it seems. A youngster playing the third leader group alongside the experienced Akshay Sharma, playing from Chandigarh Golf Course. Likes to shape the ball left to right, does Akshay. And very determined player with the flat stick, and seems that he's got a slight niggle on that right wrist. And these are the kind of injuries that you want to be a little careful of. Let's see how he does. That familiar stance. Stays back and likes to
Very
favor it.
widey. Packs in quite a lot of par there.
Interesting layout here at this golf course. The first being a par 4, 402 yards. So yardage is not really a factor for this player. It's a par 69 measuring at only 6,085 yards. So really not much in terms of distance as far as the challenge has to go for this golf course. Where it actually, the defenses do come up is the swirling wind that I believe you can be playing two holes in the same direction with the opposing wind channels. So that's something that gives the player something to think about, and so does the beautiful venue.
You were talking about Manoj. He hails from Kerala. He's also dabbled in cricket. He's played junior nationals in football. So, a pretty good sports person as such. And so, I would say a huge talent out there. And let's see how he does this week here.
Yeah, talking about commendable talents, I must say that Samar Divedi is one that you must look at. He's already 5 under for his round, rather 6 under. My apologies. A birdie, birdie, eagle, birdie, birdie. So telling you that that back nine does have a lot to offer. I didn't quite believe that he could serve up 6 under par in 5 holes, but when it rains, it pours, and definitely seems like that's the case right now. And as you rightly mentioned, there have been quite a few players who've unfortunately not been able to make the money rounds this time, and some of the noteworthy ones: Digraj Singh Gill, 3 under par, missing the cut; Dhruv Sharon, a winner on tour; Stepan Danek, who turned professional last year on the Professional Golf Tour of India. Was a really good rookie season for him, but unfortunately, will have to cool his heels on the weekend. Chikarangappa, a renowned golfer, also finding it difficult, missing it by a solitary shot as we look at those mesmerizing aerial views. And then further down, we go Aryan Rupa Anand, fantastic ball striker based out of Bengaluru, also missing the cut. Karan Pratap Singh, the winner last previous season at the DLF Golf and Country Club in spectacular fashion. And lower down, you see Divyanshu Bajaj, who's had a penchant for going low. Unfortunately, not able to tap into the low scoring prowess this week. And that's pretty much it. The rest of the players have been able to make cut. The known names on top of this leaderboard, you'll find quite a few familiar names. Kalin Joshi, winner on the Asian Tour as well. Shaurya Bhattacharya, Karthik Sharma, Maniram, Abhinav Lohan, silver medalist on the Asian
You know,
Games. Angad Chima is
the interesting part here is that many of the players who are actually in the top 5 or 6 groups did not have such a great time in the first 2 events. So they're actually now kind of breaking into their form and showing. For example, Manoj missed both the cuts in the first 2 weeks, trying to catch up now. And even Cullen did not actually perform to his potential. He was 34th the first week in Tollygunge and then 15th last week. So I would say that these guys are suddenly, kind of finding their form. And it's good as the season gets along. Just the third week, another week, next week, then in March, we'll have 3 big events. So I'm sure all of them want to get there. And talking about all these young players. Yuvraj Sandhu is coming back into the form that he showed in 2022 when he almost won the Order of Merit before being pipped in the last few weeks by Manu Gandas. And I'm sure he's watching here. I spoke to him yesterday and he said that he wanted to take rest for a couple of weeks because he'd been playing a lot. So I suppose these young guys are also learning how to pace themselves. You can't just turn up every week, week after week for months at a stretch. So I suppose it takes a toll on the body also. And so Yuvraj, he says he's getting ready, relaxing, calming himself. He knows he started the season extremely well. He's got a very big goal in front of him. He wants to win the Order of Merit, the PGTI Tata Steel Order of Merit, to try and get onto the DP World Tour. There's an alliance with the DP World Tour and the PGTI have an alliance whereby the Order of Merit winner on the PGTI gets a full card onto the DP World Tour, just as we Halawat has got it this year. Last year it was Om Prakash Chauhan, and the year before that, which was the first year of the alliance, it had been Manu Gandas. But unfortunately, Manu Gandas missed a rare cut this week. So it speaks volumes of the quality of golf which has come there, which has come up now in India. And there you see SECL Open Championships, the Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship, a new venue on the Indian golf map. And We are live from the Fairway Golf and Lake Resort in Raipur, a new golf course built by the Pacific Coast Design, par 69, which has three par 5s, and the scoring has been terrific. A new 18-hole golf course built naturally on an acreage of, I believe, between 450 and 500 acres, which has got a golf course and residential properties around it and close by, as has become the usual practice these days.
Coming out of the rough now, Akshay, this is going to require perfect contact if he is to make the ball stay on the green. Rolling it up, and as I said, the greens are very receptive this week and opting to roll it up. And let's see where that actually ends up. And this camera,
You talked about greens, Shaurya. Last week, the greens were 11.5. I mean, I would say almost lightning quick as, comparing it to the standards we've seen in the past. So, and I think that is actually good because these golfers will get onto the international circuit where they will encounter fast, lightning fast greens. So it's good to get used to them at home before you venture out.
yes, as far as they are receptive and benign to you, then it is fine. Otherwise, it always works the other way as well. The faster the green speed, especially when we're talking about the vicinity of 11 and over, they're very difficult to control, mind you. And you flinch and you three putt, but that's the nature of the beast. Story. Binu really unraveling a big drive here where we saw him. We thought he had missed it a little further to the right, but turns out that he's in decent territory and should be able to chip this to about 10 or 15 feet. Let's see how he's done.
Looks like it's short of the green, if I'm not wrong. But that could be another ball earlier on. The lovely bird there.
Well,
It is quite breezy out
we'll
there.
have to get a little more specific than that, Mr. Swami. With your illustrious background, a bird is not going to cut it. We need to know if that's what exactly are we talking about? What kind of bird is that?
Oh, no, no, no. I'm not an ornithologist. I leave that to you.
So we will leave that to the professionals. While no such thoughts like that for Jamal, happy camper from Bangladesh, very consistent. This player has been throughout his career and has been hitting a little bit of a purple patch for the last 2 3 years. I see him in with a different sort of a look this week. Normally, sports a little bit of his 5 p.m. shadow, but today it's all right. It's looks like he's cut it close. There he is, 40 years of age. Gives me hope. Bangladesh, home course Kurmitola Golf Club in Dhaka, beautiful venue, and opting to go with a 3 wood with off the deck, and that's what players normally do when you want to just shape it a little left to right and put a little more compression on the ball, keep it under the wind, and try to ensure that you keep it in play. I'm not surprised by that play because this is a fairly wide hole, and we've seen players be rather aggressive. So throttling back though. Let's see.
Jamal has had mixed luck in the past 2 weeks, a runner up finish, followed by a miscut.
Well, that just shows you the depth of competition on the professional golf tour of India. Very difficult to ensure that you're here on the weekends, no matter where you come from, and it's the kind of tour that it's turned into. And kudos to the entire administration and the sponsors who were involved from making this happen. This year, the tour has gone from strength to strength, and so has this man, Money Ram. As I say, good things come in small packages, and he's really does pack a punch. Does Money, diminutive in stature but mighty in delivery. He's been a good player on tour. Finished 20th, if I'm not wrong, last year on the order of merit. Hails from Karnal, at the police academy. So also has the long arm of the law on his side. See that's a very unique sort of swing. Has a little bit of body English as well, and that time I think he's miscued and hit to the left. Doesn't hit the ball beyond maybe 250 yards of the tee, but rather peculiar way that he hits it higher than the rest of the players, but immaculate when it comes to accuracy. And I'd say somebody who's bestowed with both power and accuracy is this man, M. Dharma, hailing from Bengaluru. three professional victories and a lot more runners up and top fives. He's been a very consistent campaigner and somebody who's seen linear growth in his professional career. And normally, you always see him dressed in red and black on the final 2 days, and so maybe he's saving the best for last.
Even though shorts have been allowed on the PGTI events, I can see that many of them are still sticking to the traditional trousers. I'm not averse to that. I'm quite happy to see them in trousers because I still am old fashioned. I like to see that. I associate a lot of shorts with, maybe it's just my thought process, which is a little oldish.
Let's look at that part. Well, I won't blame you. I think sounds like a traditional mindset. Me being what they say, I think it's called a millennial, I suppose, when you're closing 40. I'd say I'm on either side. Wear shorts if you can pull them off. Not the easiest thing to pull it off on a golf course and still look well put together. So
Absolutely,
I'd say maybe that is something that comes to the player's mind. But sometimes when you're playing in oppressive conditions in the summer, I think
especially in India.
yeah, it can. It's something that can provide a little bit of respite to the players. So I'd say that's how the global tours are going. So professional golf tour of India is a global tour. We really have big tournaments now, strong fields. You recently saw the best of international players come here and play in India. So why not?
Oh, sure. There's no. It's my mindset, which certainly doesn't count. It's more about these 120 odd players who are there competing each week. The top 50 in ties make the cut, the money rounds, and there's quite a bit of talent there. Kalin Joshi, for example, he's been doing well. It's just that he hasn't picked a win since 2022. So it's high time that he does. So I'm sure he's got that on his agenda this week.
Now the youngster here on the green, right to left, should be fairly straightforward for him. And one thing that I got the feedback from the players, the greens are rolling through, so not really causing much consternation to the players, so to speak. And there he goes with authority. 16 years of age. I can't quite remember the last time I've seen a youngster do so well. Probably Adil Bedi comes to mind. I think he was still 18 when he won that event, if I'm not wrong. He was 18 or 19 when he won that event at Tollygunge. And so you see that the onslaught of youth, the experienced players are really having to earn their keep. Akshay there. As you look at the leaderboard, see a lot of youngsters on it. Mani Ram is probably one of the more experienced players. Jamal as well. Then you see Thanga Raja from Sri Lanka. Good established player. Plays a lot of his golf on the Professional Golf Tour of India. Om Prakash Chauhan, the winner of the Order of Merit, also playing on the DP World Tour, is Om Prakash Chauhan. He played last year, and this year that honor has been bestowed on Veer Lawat. International exposure really does do a lot for a player's confidence and his ability and stature. As we look at Money trying to extricate himself after that slightly errant tee shot, let's see how he does. Ball seems to have veered off to the right hand side, so not the ideal start for him. This is a short hole. As we have a look at the southpaw. Anytime I see a left-handed golfer, I often harken back to Rocky Balboa. Southpaw, a
What
lefty.
about Phil Mickelson?
Yeah, I think that's That's the more logical deduction as we have a look at Jamal. But as I say, it's for me. I always look at something which is unorthodox or out of the ordinary, and the reference points. I don't know why, but they say the mind does work in mysterious ways. So
Sure, it does.
as we have a look at the players utilizing the preferred liar rule. So this whole he's really belted one here as M. Dharma, leaving himself in perfect territory for a chip and putt birdie. Not often that you get these sort of opportunities where you have to drive and make a chip and putt. Not unless your first name is Bryson and your second name is DeChambeau. Otherwise, mid irons is pretty much par for the course. But this is a golf course where the players are enjoying. 4 under par, the cut has been called. That shows you that they really are enjoying their time here. Not just a wonderful hospitality, but a golf course where you can make a lot of birdies never hurts.
When you're talking about hospitality, something which has happened new from beginning for this season is a fantastic hospitality, a lounge which has been made there for player. It's called the Victoria's Choice Lounge for the players, where they can actually relax in full privacy. And of course, there's food laid out for them, snacks, refreshments, everything. I mean, it's something like like every other top class tour in the world. And I think it's a great addition to the tour and the treatment of players, giving them due respect and giving them all the facilities that they need to try and achieve the best that they can. And from what I haven't had the opportunity to experience that or see it from inside, which I'm sure I will soon. But I believe the players are very happy with that. I hope they show some scenes from the lounge also, the Victoria's Choice Hospitality Lounge at most of the events there. All the big events are supposed to have it. So I suppose that's another a step in the PGTI really kind of enhancing itself and its quality with each passing year, and not just in the kind in terms of the players that it has been producing.
Absolutely. And the players would not be wanting to lounge around at this point in
Oh
time.
yes,
A
they
lot
want to
of
pick up some money and points early in the season.
work to be done, and somebody who's really hit the ground running are the players who started on the back nine. Om Prakash Chauhan, 4 under through 6. Shamim Khan, old warhorse, number one all-time leader. And as we have a look at the Pro Tracer PGTI Super Tracker, so you don't just hit it well, you track it like a Superman as well. So we get you a lot of things on the Professional Golf Tour of India. We bring you the best golfers and some of the best venues, a lot of prize money. And the good thing is that you can actually go and watch these events for free wherever they may be hosted.
True,
You can
true.
just go to the golf course, follow their norms, dress code, golf etiquette, and then you can see the countries and the nations and the world's rather best golfers. And you blink, you miss. That's money round for you. Takes about 5 seconds to hit a putt, and doesn't he hit it beautifully? He's really does wield the short stick like a magician does Money Ram.
These are the kind of players, Dharma, Maniram, who've been around for a fair amount of time. They're always there in the midst. They may not be really the headline makers all the time, but they are the backbone of the tour, what they call as journeymen sometimes. They pick up a lot of money, like, ATM machines. They keep on making machine money all the time. They're very, seldom do they miss cuts. They are there in the 20s, 30s, and the 40s there, and they keep, kind of ticking away. And then every now and then, they are in contention. Like Maniram has been in contention quite a few times, as Shaurya mentioned a little while earlier. But unfortunately, he's not been able to pick up titles like he should have. He has come close to it, and I'm sure he will come close to it again.
That's a
So,
decent effort by Jamal coming short. I would beg to differ on one point, though. I think the title journeyman is something that I would apply to somebody who's not quite won on tour. That's what colloquially you call journeyman, is somebody who's not quite tasted that level of success. Dharma is an
no, I'm
established.
talking about Maniram.
Yeah, Maniram is the romanticized journeyman for sure. He's if a journeyman can have a career like him, he'd be happy. He's
Oh,
somebody who's
yes.
grown from strength to strength, and He's actually top 20, 25. You'll just check. And so he's been stellar. And somebody else that comes to mind is Rajiv Jatiwal. I've played my golf along these people. So as you have a look at Karthik Sharma, nothing about the journeyman here. Youngster, hard hitting, fit, athletic, really does belt the ball and is a solid player. Is Karthik. A lot of body English there. Really does get into the ball, and you see the level of the head goes down by almost a foot, but that doesn't quite matter because the ball stays hit.
That's another young man who should have been winning by now. 4 years onto the tour, has come very close to winning a lot of times. You know, why I think if you win early in the career, I mean, it kind of sets you up pretty well, pretty solid. Unfortunately, he came close to it a few times, but
Shaurya
never close
Bhattacharya,
to.
sorry to interject there. Fantastic youngster, having grown up at where I started my golf, and must say that those shades are very apt. As they say, when the future is so bright, I need shades, and that's what is emblematic when I look at my namesake. Let's see how he hits this ball. Yes, you see that very poised, has a lot of speed, Shaurya, and also precision. And that when you can marry those two, then you can be a force to be reckoned with. Probably the best drive that we've seen thus far.
I think it's only his second season on the pro tour, if I'm not wrong.
Now the man of the hour, cometh the man. Kalin Joshi is the name. 32 years of age, with quite a lot of maturity on their shoulders, 5 professional wins, and look at that. He really does belt it. Look at that. A virulent action with a lot of strength. And there he does go hell for leather. Let's see where that has gone. Another big bounding drive. Interesting to note that Shaurya is almost where Cullen is, and Cullen is he
Comes a
really
big
is.
hitter.
He's really a spring chicken, I tell you. He hits the ball a good distance, gets a carry of almost 300 yards on the ball, and it's phenomenally long. So, and Shaurya probably a little shorter in height as compared to Cullen, but obviously does pack a punch and work a lot on his fitness, and that's what you see the golfers of today. Karthik, young group of youngsters have really pushed out. The experienced lot were still hanging on. As if I look all throughout the leaderboard, you just see a lot of youngsters, which makes you feel good for the future of Indian golf. Probably somebody who's holding the flag is Ranjit Singh. I believe he's 47 or 48. Doesn't look it, believe you me. If you look at him, you probably think that's he's in his late 20s. And as I say, flattery doesn't get you far, but maybe in commentary it does work. So Ranjit, you're doing well, my friend. You're at 7 under par. And
There's another man who's doing pretty well today, Arjun Sharma. Both the players like Arjun and Samath Dwivedi, who started on the back nine, have had some glorious starts. Where Samath Dwivedi was 5 under, or rather 6 under through his first 5 holes, and got his first par on his sixth hole of the day after 4 birdies and an eagle. Arjun Sharma began with 5 birdies in a row, followed by a par on the par 4 15th. So that's been 2 great starts there. Another couple of people who've had players who had some fantastic starts. Om Prakash Chauhan, 4 birdies in his first 6 holes, as also Shamim Khan, 4 birdies in his first 6 holes. Harshjeet Singh Sethi, 3 birdies in his first 4 holes. So a lot of birdies to be had on the back nine. Very few bogeys seen on the back nine so far. So a lot of scoring opportunities there. I mean, if you can actually go through your front line solid, I suppose then there is a lot that you can play for on the back nine. There's Kalin Joshi, the leader so far, the leader this week after rounds of 64 and 60. Of course, this is a par 69 golf course, 14 under so far for Kalin Joshi. He's got one shot lead over Shaurya Bhattacharya and Karthik Sharma, while Ankachima began the day at 11 under. He's picked up one birdie to move to 12, while Akshay Sharma is still par. And he's at 12 under, as is Jamal Hussain, Maniram, and M. Dharma, while Samath Dwivedi has made a solid move from 6 under after 2 rounds to 12 under after the first 6 holes in the third round. So he is actually 6 under through these 6 holes, those gains having come in the first 5 holes with birdie, birdie, eagle, birdie, birdie. Look at those lovely pictures of the clubhouse, etc. This is the SECL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championships 2025, and we are live for you from the Fairway Golf and Lake Resort in Raipur, Naya Raipur, as they say. A great 450-acre property, a magnificent addition to Indian golf. The first tournament with 1 crore of rupees as the prize purse, 15% of which goes to the winner. That's a nice tidy sum of 15 lakhs. Lovely area view with a drone.
Where dreams come true, building a future brand new. Smart city, rising strong. Together we belong. Nova Raipur, where dreams come true, building a future brand new.
Back to action, and I welcome for the first time into the commentary box Vinod Naya, a new addition to our commentary team. You will hear more and more from him as the season progresses. Welcome, Vinod.
Thank you so much, sir. And it's always a pleasure to see a left-hander. We've been debating who we should equate him to, Phil Mickelson or Shaurya's boxing hero. Karthik Sharma on minus 13. Probably another a nice half swing. A pitch shot would do here. The greens are very smallish compared to other courses. Would that be correct? if
Yes,
say
I
that?
would say they are smaller, but they won't say very
They're very
small.
good.
But see, that's always a challenge. I mean, when you have a short course, then you make the challenge. I mean, the challenge is in something else. So I think that's what's happening here. The challenge is also the size of the greens. Many of the greens in India are of decent sizes. Here it is,
That's
a lovely shot there.
Lovely shot. And it did a bit of backspin as well. If it had been maybe 5 feet ahead, would have been a great shot. Could I take the liberty of just speaking in Hindi for a
Please, I mean, we are okay.
We're okay with that. Just
Of
a couple
course.
of minutes. I'm going to give it a shot as well. नमस्कार, मेरा नाम विनोद नायर. ये हम आपको आंखों तक हाल सुना रहे हैं फेयरवे गोल्फ क्लब गोल्फ एंड लेक रिजॉर्ट नए न्यू रायपुर से. दूसरा शॉट आई थिंक खलन was it?
Yes.
खलन एंड ऑल द तीनों बॉल अभी ग्रीन पर हैं, तो काफी अच्छे शॉट मारे हैं. दिस इज द लास्ट, ये आखिरी ग्रुप चल रहा है ये फर्स्ट टी से शुरू करके. हमें आप यहाँ पे आपका क्लब हाउस दिख रहा है. काफी नया कोर्स है ये. मैं आपको इस टूर्नामेंट के बारे में 2-3 चीजें बता दूं जल्दी से संक्षिप्त में. ये इनॉग्रल SECL छत्तीसगढ़ ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप प्रेजेंटेड बाय छत्तीसगढ़ टूरिज्म स्टार्ट हुआ था 24 को 25, 26, 27, 28. आज इसका तीसरा दिन है. नॉर्मली ये 4 दिन का खेल होता है और आज बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन है. कल दूसरा दिन था जहां पे कट बनता है और काफी बड़े महारथी इस गेम से बाहर हो चुके हैं. आज शायद घर भी जा चुके होंगे. -14 पे खलिन जोशी लीड कर रहे हैं एंड पहले ग्रुप में हम देख रहे हैं खलिन जोशी हैं, लेफ्ट हैंडेड अक्षय जी हैं, और शौर्य भट्टाचार्य काफी यंग प्लेयर हैं। शौर्य भट्टाचार्य अमेचर में काफी नाम कमा चुके हैं। खलिन जोशी 6 बार टूर में जीत चुके हैं। शौर्य ऑल्सो इज अ विनर इन आवर टूर। और आगे के बाद बता दें, 1 करोड़ का प्राइज मनी है जो काफी बड़ा है। पिछले 2 साल में प्राइज मनी काफी बढ़ चुका है पीजीटीआई में, प्रोफेशनल गोल्फ टूर्नामेंट ऑफ इंडिया। इसके इनॉग्रेशन हुआ था। डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर अरुण साहू जो काफी गोल्फ को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं छत्तीसगढ़ टूरिज्म के लिए। हम देखते हैं शौर्य पहला पट कैसा मारते हैं। काफी अच्छा सेटअप है, काफी अपराइट। काफी टाइम लेते हैं लाइन देख, और बहुत बढ़िया स्ट्रोक, बहुत बहुत बढ़िया रिजल्ट कह सकते हैं। पहला पट है, मे बी स्वामी सर बोलेंगे इसको बिट ऑफ अ नी नॉकर,
Certainly much more than a knee
much
knocker
more
there.
than a knee knocker. He will be a bit upset with himself. काफी दूर चला गया था कंपेयर टू जितना वो चाहते थे। 1-2 फुट तो काफी अच्छा रहता है, बट 5-6 फुट के बाद लोग को सोचना पड़ता है। अक्षय अपने पट को नापते हुए,
Next, Karthik.
sorry, I do apologize. Not much of undulations. Have you seen a lot of undulations on the first one? Is it flattish kind
See,
of thing?
sometimes it's not so easy to make out from
Absolutely.
the screen. Despite his young age, Karthik has had a fair amount of experience, international experience too. He played the Junior President's Cup while being an amateur, and also represented India at the Asia Pacific Amateurs a couple of times. He finished in the top 15 one year in Singapore, if I remember correctly. And here he is on the first hole. Broke it a bit too early.
Must have been the pace. Should have given it a bit more.
It's not that I don't think he'd give it a good whack.
Good back, yeah. That's definitely not a gimme, is it? 3 feet away. और हम देख रहे हैं समर द्विवेदी -6 आज के स्कोर, काफी अच्छा प्रदर्शन करते हुए। वो बैक 9 से शुरू किए थे, तो वील कीप यू अपडेटेड लाइव में जब बैक 9 पर टेलीकास्ट शुरू होगा। अभी हम लीडर ग्रुप के साथ हैं। शौर्य कमिंग इन नेक्स्ट। These are tricky. Bit right to left. Would that be okay? It's only standing. Nice, gentle.
Nice. He read it well.
There was a lot of confidence in that stroke. Will do him a lot of good today. So, do you expect a lot of action today?
Of course.
after
I mean, I
yesterday?
expect 18 holes of action from all the 60 guys who made the cut, or 50 in ties. This is the traditional moving day, and this is the day when these guys hope to make a mark and to make a move ahead of the final day. So here we are. 2 screens there for you.
कल का काफी अच्छा सेटअप, नाइस Nice footwork, काफी foot move करते हैं before he hits. A nice gentle stroke, and he missed it by a whisker. So he'll start off with a par. Would that be a missed opportunity for him?
Certainly, I mean, you don't want to begin the day with a bogey, and the leader beginning with the bogey is never, kind of a good sign for him. Unfortunately, so that's a drop shot. Those are nice houses there right behind the golf course, all over the place. These days, of course, golf courses having enough residential places to hang around, so it's to stay rather. Good investment, I would say. And there it is, cleans up.
It's probably 15 kilometers away from Raipur, located
I
near
honestly
a
haven't been
lake.
to Raipur for many, many years now. So, and I believe it's come up great. So, a good place to be in and a golf course to boot.
And that's Kalin Joshi's first drive.
Super Tracker, a new addition to the coverage of the PGTI, Tata Steel PGTI Tour. Shaurya Bhattacharya.
The first fairway is pretty wide near the green, is it? It's like 80 meters. That's what Google Earth said. So if you're a long driver, you could have a lot of space. Give it a pull back. The second,
Time to get out of the second hole. I can see the pace of play today being pretty good. Last week, there were times when we had a bit of a problem there before Sampath Chari, the tournament director, and the chief referee got into action. But overall, towards the finish, it was good. They moved fast and kind of did the job in time. It was also because it was a 9-hole course which had to be played twice over, so there were small hold-ups here and there. And also the big rough there at Glade 1 last week meant that the players were always being challenged.
so शौर्य का बॉल शायद सैंड में लैंड किए हैं. It might be a bit difficult for him. It's a 171-yard par 3, the second. Let's see what Karthik does here.
So Dharma's the one who's made a move today. He is done, rather, I mean, among the many people who made a move, Dharma's one of them, and he's gone up to 13 under. So he's made some ground there. He's along with the Shaurya Bhattacharya and Karthik Sharma in the tied second place. Still the man to have made the big move. It is Samarth Dwivedi and Arjun Sharma. 5 under Arjun Sharma, 6 under Samarth Dwivedi just today. So Samarth has forced his way into the top 5. It's still a very crowded leaderboard. 9 players within 2 shots of each other. Kalin Joshi at 14 under and Samarth at 12 under. So there's a lot of golf yet to be played. 12 holes still to go today and 18 more tomorrow. So about 30 holes for Samarth and much more for Kalin, this man on the tee for the second hole of the third round of the inaugural SECL Chhattisgarh Open.
Let's see if we can find the green. We've got all the three. They could not make it to the green, could they? And there's a bit of wind.
That's
The
quite
flag
interesting,
waving.
back-to-back par threes on the second and the third hole here.
This golf club is definitely a new addition to the PGTI tour. You can see the trees. It could take probably how many years? 5 years to get up and really come to glory and make some trouble for players. Or
It will take a bit of time for sure. I mean, but it's right now a wide open course. The breeze could play a lot.
a lot of
Breeze could be a big
happening.
factor here.
Another interesting thing in this group: one left-hander, two right-handers. Does that add to the element of short play there?
No,
Left-hander
certainly.
going the other way.
Oh, well, I mean, if you are a left-hander, obviously, I mean, you're going to be. I mean, there are very few left-handers, I think, on the Indian tour. Just a handful of them, as it is always in top flight golf. I don't know why. I really don't know the exact reason as to why there are so few left-handers. Probably when Shore is on there, we'll probably ask him a little more on that. He being a part and parcel
Absolutely.
of the playing world, as I would say.
Well, I think, to be honest, that's not really much of a factor because each is playing his own game. The only thing that would be discernible is that certain holes might suit a left-handed player off the tee, and certain others might help a right-handed player.
Brilliant
So that's
playing.
the only difference that you're looking at. But it's not if you try to think of something like cricket where it does make a difference because a
Yes.
left-handed, right-handed combination and the element of a
yeah.
bowler being there. But yeah, golf is such an individualistic game that
Correct.
it really doesn't matter. Even if we were playing a format of mano a mano match play, that would still not make a difference because it's just each player trying to get the best score on that hole. So,
Absolutely. But are there some courses which are favoring to right-handers, and then left-handers come and say, "Oh my God, what's happened here?"
well, I
In
mean,
your
there
ex-
would
in your experience, you would have
there
seen
can be
that.
certain holes definitely that would suit the eye of a left-handed player.
Yeah.
But that would also depend on the direction that a person likes to hit it. Like some player might like to hit a fade or a draw.
It could be a
So-
nightmare.
So that would negate you being a right-handed or a left-handed player because a player can actually work it either left to right or right to left. So being diametrically opposite but hitting an opposite ball flight makes it the same. So a left-hander playing a fade or a right-hander playing a draw is the same thing. So I'm not quite certain if maybe on some courses if you have a tree line which impedes, but
Comes into play. Otherwise,
yeah, on the whole, maybe it's-
while you were at it, Shaurya, we missed a brilliant shot, which Shaurya hit from the sand, and we can see Cullen also coming and using the slope on the bunker, and that was a brilliant shot, I would say.
Karthik. Tough life for him. Won't be too happy with that. Hasn't been able to get onto the green there. So could actually mean it will mean a drop shot. I think it'll be tough for him to put out from hole out from there.
Steel. And this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back to the action now. Karthik here. Looking at his chip shot. Fairly makeable chip shot. Won't be surprised if it finds the bottom of the cup from here. Not much to really negotiate with here in terms of the rough. Looks for this to be pretty exciting. It's a good release, and it looks like it's threatening the hole. And unfortunate for
I would
that
have
not to
said
have
you're
dropped.
optimistic, Shaurya, but I thought yet, okay, I'll give you a chance.
Well, to be honest, I have often been accused of being the contrary. Having read or tried to follow too much of the Aristotelian philosophy in life, I think I'm more of a stoic person with maybe a little bit of a dreary view on things. But yes, that seemed, even for me, it made me an optimist. So you can well imagine that that was a makeable chip shot. As we have a look at our live feed, two live feed one. I believe this is the only tour that can give you two views at the same time. So, my dear viewers, you are indeed lucky, and so are we, to see some of these top golfers in action, and not just one view, but two. So, the more, the merrier. And as we speak about that, let's see some of the scores. Jamal with a blue trouser there, looking flashy again. Electric blue, has a penchant for those colors.
That was a nice one there from Shaurya on the left, hole
Yeah,
2.
I think his shades and Jamal's trousers can light up even a dark, dreary day. Resplendent. And somebody who is definitely lighting it up is Samarth Dwivedi, 7 under through 9. A practitioner of martial arts and also really good at the guitar and I believe vocals as well. Not just golf, fitness, and martial arts. He's the whole package is Samarth Dwivedi, and now looking to add another feather in his cap by winning the inaugural Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship 2025. As we look at the golf, also a word about this fantastic tournament. It's the first event ever in this beautiful state, Chhattisgarh. So, a start of something special indeed, with a prize fund of rupees 1 crore, star-studded field, including Om Prakash Chauhan, Udyan Mane, Rashid Khan, Manu Gandas, Aman Raj, Chika Rangappa. Aman Raj coming back from that injury. And the Tata Steel Professional Golf Tour of India, Southeastern Coalfields Limited, and Chhattisgarh Tourism Board today jointly announced the staging of the inaugural SECL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship presented by Chhattisgarh Tourism. PGTI's first ever event in the state of Chhattisgarh carries a prize purse of rupees 1 crore. As you have a look at Money Ram sauntering off that green, and it's being played at the beautiful Fairway Golf and Lake Resort in Naya, Raipur. Look at that resplendent facility. SECL is the title partner for the event. Chhattisgarh Tourism Board is the presenting partner, while Chhattisgarh Herbals, NMDC, NRDA, and Purple Goat are associate sponsors. Fairway Golf and Lake Resort Naya Raipur is the host venue. Shri Arun Rao, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, expressed his excitement about the upcoming SECL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship presented by Chhattisgarh Tourism. And his words were, "I'm delighted to support the staging of the first ever professional golf event in Chhattisgarh in association with the Professional Golf Tour of India. This will play a big role in promoting sport in the state and also showcasing the destination as a golf friendly destination on the international golfing map. This event will not only bring leading professionals, which it of course has, but also inspire budding youth." So, a lot of good things happening here as we go back to the action. Shaurya Bhattacharya on hole number 2. Let's have a look at the second hole now. 171 yards, playing maybe for an 8 iron for the players. And he has, you can see this is an interesting green, a narrow green, which has a drop off on either side. And That's a pelican, I believe.
Pelican?
Maybe that
That'd be a
that
heron. Heron. Heron.
heron. All
It's
right.
a small
So
bird. No, sorry, look at the scoreboard. You got Samarth who's done a -7. He's coming to the top three now.
yeah, it's
That's a brilliant move there.
yeah. That's why they don't call it the moving day for nothing, and
Nothing.
that's he's typified that. As we have a look at the unmistakable setup
That's
of Kalin Joshi.
he's a strong guy, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And gives it a good thump.
Yes, puts a lot
Nice
of
height.
compression on the ball as well, but that's a little errant from him as well. Will have his work cut out in order to secure par. Not a very long par three, but wind, of course, causing a few problems to the players, as you can see, lined by those beautiful cottages that a few lucky people, I'm sure, would love to get their hands on.
It's just by the Lake Ginge, if I pronounce it correctly. Right opposite to the golf course, across the lake, is the CM's house. It's a
Oh,
pretty good location there. They planned it out well.
absolutely. You're playing in the beautiful part of the city, and Karthik here now this is where you probably see the left-hander, right-hander. It's a here you wanted to see. Let's see if
Test
the
them out.
yeah. But one thing about Karthik's game, he's a really good penetrating ball flight. He keeps it low, so windy conditions would definitely favor a player of his ilk. Again, coming up right rather of the green, so it shows you that even the shorter holes are playing difficult owing to the inconsistent wind.
So both the par threes have been bit testing for the leader group.
Yes, they indeed have. And as we get mesmerized by that quaint view, I think this is where poets write their poems. Look at a view like that and get mesmerized. So as we have a look at the top 10 scores, these things would be far from their minds. The only thing on their mind is that beautiful trophy, and also trying to catch Yuvraj Sandhu, who is taken a rather large lead. I would not say it's unassailable, but if you want to stamp authority and let people know that you mean business, that's how you get it done. Two victories in two events, a neat 30 lakh, and in 2 weeks, and that's one way of getting rich. Have an exemplary golf game, shoot deep numbers, and play on the professional golf tour of India. Saptak Talwar as well. Brilliant two events for him at 11 lakh and 76. Jamal Hussain at 10 lakh, consistent performer. Abhinav Lohan. And then, as they say, the usual suspects. Rahil Ganji, who's been playing so well. Dhruv Sharon, Hani Besoya, Kshitij Javed Kaul, having a little bit of a resurgence. Rashid Khan as well. Karandeep Kochar and Gaurav Pratap Singh in at 12th position. As we see the players trying to navigate that rather odd chip shot coming up for them. And the range finders are allowed on tour. And
Any comments on the international participation here? A lot of people from outside. We look at
yeah, we've
probably
had
17 people.
Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh, we've Nthanga Raja from Sri Lanka making the putt. Lower down, we have Italian stallion Federico Zucchetti. Zucchetti, I don't know. It's very difficult to get an Italian pronunciation right, but please, I do apologize if I have botched it. And you have MD Akbar Hussain. Then you have from America, you have Koichiro Sato. Then you have Joshua Seal from Zimbabwe, if that flag, if I'm right. And he's been on tour quite a few times as Joshua's. He has he does often travel to India to ply his trade. Then you have Dominic Piccirillo. He's been on tour, and so quite a few international names who have made the cut this week. So
One name which comes to my mind is a player from Nepal, Tamang.
I'm not quite certain if
Subhash Tamang, he's
Um,
been knocking on doors. He's done pretty well in Australia as well, sir.
Subhash Tamang, of course, he's a former All India amateur champion. He won it a couple of years back when he beat Rohit Narwal, who's also on the tour this season onwards. He came through the qualifying school. Subhash made it to the main tour through the qualifying school last year. Was unable to keep his full card, but came back again through the Q school and is hoping to not just retain his card but get a maiden breakthrough win. A wonderful player.
Jamal now with a pretty decent shot. You can see those greens are really receptive, very soft greens here this week, and the ball doesn't take much time to become stationary. And that's what happened on that
And
particular occasion as well.
you gentlemen were talking about the speeds in the last tournament. The green speed information just come up. Practice greens at 9.4, and we have for the round three it's 9.44 again. So they're not as fast as what they saw last week, I guess.
Yeah,
They'll have to adapt.
this is perfect speed for the golfers. Anywhere between 9 to 10 is really nice. It's not too slick, not too slow, and good putters tend to revel on these kind of speeds. It's predictable. That shot had a little
He
more.
just stopped.
Yeah, not what he would have really liked. Has left a little bit of food on that plate, and will have to clean it up to secure his par. These are nice speeds when you're playing at about between 9, 9.5.
And there's a gentle down slope towards the apron in front. Going
Yeah, the green is sloping from front to back. And look at some of the other players who've managed to make cut. We see Aniket Sawant making cut at 400 par. Vikram Rana, the veteran, turned professional really late. Did Vikram? I played a lot of amateur golf alongside him. In fact, I had the good fortune of going to Islamabad and playing one of the the Pakistan Amateur Championship. Me and him in a team, and Vikram, I think, turned pro almost, if I'm not wrong, around the age of 40. Now getting close to, I'd say maybe late 40s, 48, 49. Vikram, if I get this wrong, please do apologize. But very good to see him. Was plagued by quite a few injuries. Well, we have a look at Cullen here after that tee shot. My apologies, that would be a par putt. So, having dropped a shot here, so the shot was bearing its fangs here on this golf course. So, shows you that length alone is not the only impeding factor when it comes to degree of difficulty. It can also be the wind, the way the green is shaped, and here it's a little bit of a turtle back, and that does make it difficult for the golfers.
It has had its victims yesterday. Can you see the big names, which a lot of people sitting out today?
Yeah, so it's not much room on top on the Professional Golf Tour of India. We only get 50 entities making the cut. That does make it really it makes it like a shotgun start, so to speak. You don't have much time, and you have to really be on top of your game. Even for the best of players, you have to, at worst, maybe play your B game on one day. Otherwise, you can't quite make the car this week. Even though the golf course is benign, but still it shows you the standard of play. As we look at M. Dharma there, rolling his rock. Karthik Sharma.
And that Jamal, who takes his time and has a very peculiar way of putting, he takes his time to measure up. He's not hurried at all. A very, very conventional way of putting, I guess. We see a lot of young kids using aim point and other techniques.
Yeah, you. As I say, there's more than one way to skin a cat. Interesting time for sport and generally, the Champions Trophy also going on as we have a look at Jamal. And that does well. He's really good at wielding the putter. Is Jamal?
A bit outside the comfort zone, but he did well, I guess.
Yeah, well done.
So Maniram just taps it in.
Shaurya also dropping a shot here. So this hole is
That's a tricky hole. That.
yeah, a short hole, but definitely proving tricky.
So Dharma's replay. Very peculiar stance, isn't it, Dharma? Very
Yeah,
unconventional, would you
almost
say?
cranes over the ball. Yeah, but as they say, it's a scorecard, ain't no postcard. Doesn't gotta look pretty. Just get those numbers in. And talk about looking pretty. And now that's a sight for sore eyes right there. That majestic lake, those houses. I think this is where Rudyard Kipling must have written his books. Sit here, fish.
रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ है तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश ये
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
Back to the action for the SECL Open. Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship 2025 presented by Chhattisgarh Tourism. A beautiful state where we're seeing tourism grow, and wherever there is golf, there's always tourism. So I would implore all golfers, recreational and weekend warriors to definitely do give this beautiful place a visit. God knows, maybe even you shoot under par.
Sorry, I would like to point out, besides the prize money which the winners would get, there is another hole-in-one prize on the hole 9, isn't it?
Yes.
And the first professional guy to do a hole-in-one in any of the 4 days would get a Nissan Magnite. Wouldn't you like that?
Yeah, I of course would like it. I had to purchase mine. So, a beautiful car, I must say. Having gotten it for free would be maybe a little sweeter, but I must say yes, it's a great initiative, and we do really like the fact that Nissan has partnered with the tour in order to offer that added benefit for the players who are able to make a hole in one. And quite a few players have already achieved that feat and won that car. So it's a realistic possibility for somebody to drive away again with that beautiful car. As we have a look at hole number 8. You'd often see what players spend so much time in. They're reading the line, trying to understand which way the ball will break. So should break a little from his right. And while we were talking about players who missed the cut, we somehow missed talking about Rashid Khan. It's probably the first time that, to my memory, that he's missed a cut in quite a while. He's been a stellar player has Rashid. Surprising to see him not make the cut here.
Another mention of Trishul,
Okay, Trishulia is a good player as well.
good player from the south.
The action replay of that putt right there. So we get back to our top groups here at hole number 3. Third, hole number 4 rather, 326 yards. You can see players, long hitters probably could reach there, depending on the condition and the wind. We're seeing Kalin Joshi do well thus far. You really have to make a few birdies. He's dropped a shot on hole number 3, and we see the leaders have all bunched up at 13 under par. Samad Dwivedi as well joining the action.
So, at minus 13, you have Jamal, Dharma, Khalin Joshi, and Samar. There's been a lot of movement in the first hour and a half or so. So we would be going out, won't we? From here, we're just going out that way. The new course, isn't it?
As we have a look at that flag fluttering in the wind.
So wind is a major factor in a new course where it'll be, exposed to the natural elements, would it?
Yeah. So now we have a look at Karthik. Should be looking to bump this a little bit and let it release out a little bit. His low flight would really come in handy, but it seems like he's sort of come out of that one, leaving a little short, and that's rather inopportune miscue, and he'll have his work cut out for par. And that sometimes can happen when the wind can wreak havoc on your plans. As we have a look at Cullen, a lot more comfortable angles for him here at hole number 4. Would be looking to flight this a little lower as the flag is perched up right on top. Let's see if he goes with that. Yeah, rolling it up, but didn't get that expected bounce, but that's all right. Maybe about 12
Good
feet.
result.
12 feet left to right. Makeable putt for him. The wind is really starting to pick up at this point in time.
We'll have a bit of change of scenario on the 4th. Probably have interviews and things like that coming up.
Blustering conditions indeed. The wind is up, and players are still able to make birdies because golf course is fairly benign and their skills are impeccable. Still early days here at the Fairway Golf and Lake Resort at Raipur.
So Akshay and Shaurya, they dropped down a shot, and the new entrants Angad team are coming up on top 5. Coming up, there's a change. The top 5 again. So by end of play, there'll be a lot to expect, I guess.
Yeah, you can definitely never count anybody out here on Professional Golf Tour of India. Om Prakash Chauhan, the former number 1, is 3 under for the day, stringing together 4 birdies, then another, and turning at 3 under par. Arjun Sharma, 5 to start the round, and then cooling off a little bit. Shamim Khan as well, 5 under the back 9. So the back 9 is where the pot of gold definitely is. Front 9 a little more challenging. You're seeing fewer birdies, but nevertheless not that difficult for the players either. Karthik, after that underwhelming shot, to say the least, that can happen sometimes when you lose focus. You're looking at only about 50 yards and you tend to think about too many things and you overcomplicate it and can end up miscuing a shot. And that's how the wind can actually get inside your head. The flag being right at the back, you don't want to go over. So you tend to think about the factors more than your shot, and that can happen. How you can turn it around is a good putt. Par would be a
Would do
good
well.
outcome from here. Good two putt. Doesn't want to be dropping a shot, especially after that drive. That drive was definitely on the money.
Would that be probably a 25 feet uphill?
Yeah,
Moving
maybe about we're looking at about 35 or
35?
40 feet up. This is good, maybe a 15-yard shot. So maybe about somewhere in the vicinity of 40 to 45 feet with quite a bit of break as well.
That's made him think, hasn't he?
Yeah,
He's
you can
taking
see
his
that.
time.
You can see that he's being deliberate here. Doesn't want to be compounding his errors.
And a nice roll. Would be happy with that, I guess.
Well,
1 2 feet.
if he's able to get the next one in, then he would be. But he would be aided by Cullen because he will be putting on the same line. So all in all, I think
Should
an
be safe.
A for effort.
Yeah. Cullen comes in with a lot of experience, not just in driving, maybe in putting as well. Is he comfortable on the greens? That's not
Yeah,
one of
fairly.
his.
He's got a good touch. He tends to blow hot and cold. Is the kind of player that Cullen is. Very good talent and momentum player. A lot of these long hitters, especially when they have unbridled power, it normally sort of it seeps in through the other part of the game. So if you're dialed in with your short irons and you're putting and chipping, you'll normally notice that they play well. And rarely do you see somebody who's got a lot of power be a good scrambler. Because when it goes off, their distance control and speed control is not ideal, and that actually displays itself on the putting green. So what you see is when a long hitter is playing well, he's normally putting well as well. So he's dialed
All
into his
on the
speed.
day.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's the theme for the day for most of the players who are more feel oriented. Now you see a lot of mechanical players as well. You'll see that he's really rolling it well. Unfortunate for that not to break. So maybe flummoxed a little bit by that subtle double break. It actually ended up going the other way right towards the end. So he is stroking it well. Is Cullen Joshi?
Watching all these games would be very educative for an amateur golfer. The way the pros are playing, the mannerisms, the way they set up. You can see Shaurya just coming up the ranks himself. He's got a good demeanor
Yeah,
and
it's
a
I think
nice 6 foot putt.
I think that definitely does hold true. When you see the best in business, you can always go to school and see what they're doing. You'll see the basics are always followed really well by them. You see somebody like Shaurya, he looks very well set up. You look at that athletic setup. Back is fairly straight, relaxed,
Oh, that
and
was a good putt, wasn't it?
yeah, and
I just had everything correct. The line, the speed, and would have given a bit of confidence as well, I guess.
yeah, whole putt never hurts. Any ball that finds its way into the cup always gives you joy. Now, this is going to be interesting because you saw Cullen's putt actually veer off from right to left, right towards the end, but for the initial part was left, right. So maybe this straight firm putt should do it, and those often are the toughest ones because you need some give on either side. So very difficult to align for a dead straight putt because you don't know where to miss it. So the only way to hold a dead straight putt is keep it in the center and commit and hit it firm. Let's see if he's able to do that. If he leaves it, it might veer off his left.
So it'll be left to right, is it?
It's actually straight, but right towards the end, it might break a little bit from his right to left. You see, he's giving that a lot of respect. He
Lot
knows
of
that.
respect. He's been very tentative on this hole. Giving a good thought. It kept straight, didn't it?
Yeah, kept straight. So it worked out well for Karthik, and I think all things considered, that's a really good par by him.
Are you a follower of the aim point when you play, or was
Um,
it available when you were playing as an amateur?
Yeah, it's been around for a long time. We tend to dabble with everything that works. It can be aim point one week, and next week it could be something homegrown. I have tried the aim point as well, but I think as somebody who was plagued by slow play either, I would take a lot of time. So I would not think many of my co-players would take kindly to me following aim point, but that's on the lighter side of things. But I found it. You have to learn a system good, but and it takes more time. You have to gauge the slope, and it's more for something that gives it requires a lot of thorough preparation, because you have to get the slope right, and then you have the system of getting the degree of turn. So it's
So is
actually
that getting into more technicalities rather than
it's
leaving out the feel?
so it's good for players who want to really eliminate that mystique, or want to be certain, but it's not that easy to perfect either. It's a system that requires, in addition to your golf practice, as we have a look at that putt by Shaurya, it requires you to practice the system as well. So let's say you putt you were on the putting green, you'll spend time honing your putting skills, and then you'd spend an additional time making sure you can execute the aim point well, because you'll have to do mock drills where you know how much it's turning. So it requires a lot of preparation, mind you. It does have a payoff, but it requires preparation and perseverance. So for me, I found that a bridge too far.
So was that something which came in new when you were?
Yeah, it's a
when you
new
were
development.
learning the trade?
I think aim point has maybe been, if I'm not wrong, maybe a decade. It's been around, the aim point, and then they had a new system which is called Aim Point Express, I believe. So that's a certain addition to it, and so it does help for sure, but it does slow the proceedings down. And another thing is you are actually stomping around the hole, because you need to step adjacent to the line, and that's somehow some at times not seen too favorably by your co-players, especially if you're in and around their putting line. So it's actually gotten a little bit of ire as well. I remember one of the players calling it out, aim point. In fact, that almost asking for it to be banned. I think that's a little too harsh. It is a system, but you have to be considerate of the other players and where you're stepping. Actually,
So the people at the top it's accommodating 6 people at number one now on -13.
Akshay now for his bird, and the putter is not acquiescing today.
Not very happy
Unfortunately,
with that.
yeah, he's going to have a little bit of work. Now you can see the aim point being deployed by Shaurya. See, so this is the this is the preparation. See, so he's actually stepping on either side adjacent to his line, which is allowed. But you can see now he's done that once. He'll have to do it again, and it is a system that takes time, and also
Would that be counterproductive for themselves?
no,
They might be stepping on their own line.
they're not stepping on their line. They're stepping on the adjacent.
Adjacent path.
Yeah, so it's not, you can't always use it, because if the other players have their line there, so it's it's probably an unwritten rule not to step on anybody else's line. It isn't penalized, but it comes into the etiquette of golf. So it's you're on a fine rope, so to speak here.
That's a nice 10-footer for him.
Yeah, that should break a little from his right.
On the miss it on the
Yeah,
lower
it's
side.
on the lower side. So I think the read was correct, the speed wasn't. So I think what he's using is the aim point express, because in aim point they used to lift the. Now see, he's kind of checking that, and
Where
yeah,
he went wrong.
yeah, any system, anything that helps you golf. A lot of these things eventually just make you comfortable. For some of the players, it's also a lot of the mental preparation they do. Some might even have their superstition, like Sachin Tendulkar used to put on the left pad, if I'm not wrong. Somebody used to carry a red handkerchief. So whatever,
Jimmy Amanath.
yeah. So whatever works for you, I'd say that just go with it. For me, it used to be that never play with a ball named number 3. Don't have a red tee. I don't know if it eventually worked out, but as they say,
Everybody has their.
if you can get a crutch, why not use it? So the youngster, 16-year-old youngster, holding that putt. Akshay now.
A crowded leaderboard there. what makes me feel most happy today is the pace of play. I'm a great advocate for pace of play. I mean, aim point may or may not slow the game. It's for the players to actually understand what system they want to use or what is comfortable for them. But they do need to, as Shaurya mentioned and Vinod did, make the other players who are playing with them comfortable also. And of course, about being there.
The low round thus far belonging to Samar Dwivedi, 7 under par. Now we have the group of Abhinav Lohan, Alap IL, and Sachin Bisoya. On your screen, Sachin Bisoya, also proficient player, multiple victories. Hailing from Delhi, Abhinav Lohan has been a professional for a long time. And Alap IL from Mysuru.
Interestingly, of all the top six clubs, Lohan alone has two top tens in the first two starts.
That's a good one right there, causing it up.
Lawrence actually coming back into the form that made him one of the best amateurs when he was part of the Indian team that won the Asian Games silver medal. So he is actually now. I mean, he did win. He did win a title recently last year, I think. But now he is actually showing a lot of consistency, and he's much more relaxed. I wonder if he's done anything to calm himself to keep quiet. But of course, always a very soft-spoken chap.
I'm sure that he's put in the hard yards
Oh yes.
behind closed doors.
Six and
Well, in now.
little tight line. You see that like a 2 club right angle also.
There on hole number 5.
Just little stay down, go through. Club is forfeit. No down, sir. 2 o'clock. Sit down. Sit. Sit. Good golf swing.
can have a conversation. The moment you can have a conversation with him.
Yeah, okay.
Back to the action, getting that unique perspective of Cullen hitting his shot. Good putt right there by Alap. Looking a little different, sporting a beard.
He used to be a very, very solid amateur, but then, kind of disappeared from the scene for a while. Disappeared in a manner of speaking.
This one, good one.
Get that? I mean, there's always a big shift when you move from the amateur to the pro rank. And I think probably it takes a little bit of time to adjust. Anything to say on that, Sonia?
Yeah, I think it's just the depth of competition that you have that makes it rather difficult when you make the switch. You're playing with amongst a limited pool of players. Similar thing was experienced by myself, and if you're really not on your game, you can really find yourself be a fish out of water, so to speak. The professionals are really used to the way that start of very
Yeah. No, actually, I thought only it is 6 end. Oh, that guy did bunker. It's okay. That's all, no problem. Just get back the swing back.
Yeah, Manoj. Hole number 7. Is that too far past the cut?
Just outside the comfort level, probably. Couple of yards more. We have some movement on the leaderboard. Angad Chima and Dharma coming up, giving company
So there's
to
no
Shaurya.
less than 5 players sharing the lead at 13 under. And Colin, of course, our overnight leader, one of them. We've got both the feeds right now. Maniram and his group on feed 2. Maniram, Jamal, and Dharma. And in the left feed, we have Shaurya, Manoj, and Akshay.
I think it's now that the aim point could be an issue with people walking on
No, I
earth.
mean, I think they're playing at a decent pace, so it won't be all that bad right now.
You're a stickler of time, are you?
Yes, I mean, I always feel that golf is all about pace of play. Or rather, I would say, well, a lot of it is about pace of play. You really cannot, in these days of broadcasting, media, commentary, and so much of telecast. I mean, you have to stick to the time. You cannot kind of hold up play. I mean, there are cases these days of 5.5 hour rounds, which is completely unacceptable, I think. Unless, of course, there's a reason for it. Shaurya Binu on feed one. The short one misses it, had to come back there.
That was a nice putt from Dharma. We've seen Dharma putting very well. It's one of those days for him, I guess.
See, again, I would say that, he's been around a lot. He's won a few times in the last 15 odd years, but still has not broken out, as you know. But still, he does have wins to his name. So it's not as if he doesn't know the art of winning. One man who can actually win, could do with a few more wins, is on the feed two, Maniram. He's had wins on the feed at Hobart. He's came very close last year, and he couldn't make it.
करनाल के मनीराम जी ना पट नापते हुए काफी जल्दी मारते हैं. बहुत अच्छा पट. That's a
Maniram
nice.
going off the green. Akshay is another player who wants to go outside, go out and play much more often. And I think he has the talent, he has the capability, and he's also not scared to take chances. And I think that is the key, where, a tour like the PGTI gives the players a lot of confidence to kind of venture out and, take their chances. I mean, professional golfers need to do that.
While you're at it, you can see Shamim and Arjun Sharma with -5. They're also knocking on the doors, and it could be a pretty exciting day.
There, it drops an action replay there. Was a nice one. Maniram. Good, nice putt out there with the flag stick still in place. Good one.
Very elegant stroke.
Absolutely.
If I could use that word, lovely stroke. Are they the old school way of playing and putting? And
Oh, no. I mean, putting is something which is neither new nor old
brilliant.
school, of course.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah. So here, a lovely aerial shot of the whole golf course and the area surrounding it. Beautiful there. Back to the action. Abhinav Lohan.
The leadership probably would see some action on the back nine. Action is happening on the back nine, isn't it?
See, absolutely, because the back line is actually a very scoring one. So anyone who drops a few shots on the back line is actually
Losing out.
kind of losing out. So I would say that that's an area where they would all like to capitalize on. Here's Sachin. See, all these players, they know which part of the golf course is
To be attacked.
kind of attacked, and you look at it the way Samath Dwivedi has used all his experience. He was 7 under for the back nine, then he added another one on the first and went to 8 under, but gave a shot back on the third, a short par 3 third. So there he's still 7 under. He is right now in second place, tied second, while Dharma, with a third birdie of the day on the 6th, has actually kind of moved into sole lead at 14 under. He's 14 under again. That's been the best score which has been achieved so far this week. Kalin Joshi started at 14 overnight, so has actually slipped back one. But it's still very, very close. There are 10 players within 2 shots of each other, and they have a lot of. So Maniram teeing off on the 7th.
That's another longish kind of par 3 there, 188. People have had trouble in the second and the third, which was 171, 200. Wind would definitely be a factor in these kind of conditions. Yeah.
Absolutely, but again, I think the wind has dropped a bit because a little while ago you could actually see a lot of leaves, in the background, a very thick foliage out there. You could actually see those trees swaying a bit, the branches. Maniram,
Jamal, is it?
oh sorry, Jamal. So Mani, Jamal, and Dharma.
They are all men in blues, are they? One sporting a lovely bright blue trouser. Maniram sporting a light blue top. You got Dharma also in his stoic
Dharma's had
color.
two top 20 finishes, 18th, tied 18th in Calcutta and 15th last week. So it's been two good weeks for him at Glade 1, 15th, and 18th at Tollygunge in Calcutta at the season opener.
Are these the players who actually make it to the Hall of Fame because they're always there? You know what I mean? They have a career of 20 years and they'll always be there in the top 10. And
I'm sure a golfer's career is, when you start playing professional golf, you're actually looking at a career of 20 plus years. So, a lot good.
he's always in the money.
Yes, money is in the money.
You call it the ATM, didn't you?
Yes,
That's
anytime
very-
money. Every week, week after week.
You don't win all the time, dude.
Well, certainly do. In golf, no one wins. If you can win once or twice every season, that would be a good, consistent, and a very successful player. They play about 20 odd weeks each season, and if you can pick up one or two wins every year, I think that would be very, very good.
And that takes you in the the
that
list
also-
of greats, won't it?
No,
Or period of
certainly.
time.
I think that would be pretty subjective. If you can get into grades or something. If you were talking about legends, I think, say, people like Mukesh Kumar or Shamim, those were the kind of people whose careers have extended to 30 years, and in the case of Mukesh, even more. I think that is what would be a legendary career. Mukesh would certainly be spoken of as one of the great players on at least the domestic circuit. He did win on the Asian Tour also once, but he never played outside India often enough.
In Indian sport, there are some people who have made records. In football, you've got Chetri, who's got maximum number of goals. Mukesh Kumar probably has maximum number of wins. Amit Dubey and Shaurya talked about it last year. It's 140 odd wins. Would I be wrong there?
Yeah, well,
And that's unimaginable.
if you put Mukesh, Rohtas, of course, late Rohtas, all of them together, they'll probably get a couple of hundred wins. Mukesh himself claims he has more than 100 wins. Of course, the records are not fully available, but he certainly has quite a few in 3 digits. So that's more than 100 wins alone.
Mukesh is one of the people who are sitting out today, isn't it?
That's right. He missed the cut this week. A rare occasion again for Mukesh not to be playing in the final 2 rounds. Jamal Hussain here. What the PGTI has done for players in the neighboring countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal is that many of these players get a great opportunity to play and come and play in India. And they made a career. Say Siddhikur Rahman of Bangladesh, Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka, Tankaraja, Lalit Prabhakaran, Anura Rohana before them. Anura Rohana was actually on the podium alongside Shiv Kapoor when he won the gold medal at the Asian Games in Korea in 2002. So there is a lot of benefits that our neighboring countries have derived from the PGTI tour.
And Swami sir, it's not that it's like a thanks for coming kind of award.
No,
They
absolutely.
are making their presence felt.
Of course.
They are giving the Indian players a run for their money.
Absolutely, no question about that. So money here, money from the edge of the green. This nice gentle uphill slope there. Another very, very good putt, of course, within a foot. Should be a tap in.
There you see Dharma using the plumb line thing. What's it called? Plumb line method of putting.
Dharma has his own style and always wears a big smile on the golf course, a pleasant man. And there on the
What nine, is
feed two, the ninth hole with a Magnite on
For
golf.
grabs.
Somehow, Angar's shirt seems to blend in with the background there. The red colored Nissan Magnite board there.
Dharma's putter is on fire. It's hot today, is it? Till now?
No, Dharma is actually, Dharma is a good putter. I mean, his shot game is pretty nice.
On hole 9, would that be a wedge or a 9-iron for these
Again,
people?
it depends. If I had to hit, I'd probably hit a driver. That's how short we are.
Absolutely.
So these are guys who actually, it also depends on what kind of club they can control. So, obviously it would be depending upon the distance. It's always
159 for this one, I think. And the wind conditions, probably what they want the ball to do.
Jamal on hole 7 finishes off that, tidies it up. It was even par for the first 6.
Being a new course, you would probably expect a new set of people coming in and watching these games.
Hopefully, that's the idea of getting the golf tournaments to newer places, is to find or give golf fans in those cities, a chance to see India's best players. And yes, surely, I would say that the final 2 rounds would see decent fan following.
Definitely a good day
What a
out for
great
an
shot!
amateur and his family.
But he looks tired.
People meet the pros, get
And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for?
अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
Manoj there from the rough.
Leaving a bit of work to be done.
Shaurya this aim point.
You have three people at five people at number 6, and Akshay Kumar, Akshay Sharma, Jamal, Maniram just holding on. They're holding on to their par and staying there, don't they?
Shaurya I mean, obviously, you can see a lot of breeze out there. Look at the number of leaves on the side.
That he's been robbed there.
I would say he's been robbed. That would be a bit unfair to say robbed there. It didn't break. Angachima. A birdie putt for him. And he drops it. Great one.
Well, something new this week for our viewers. We have a case of musical chairs. We have 3 commentators, and we'll try to bring the action to you fast and thick. And you'll have different perspectives that you'll get to hear. But something that the players are not quite concerned with at this point in time, because they are looking at going low. And M. Dharma is leading the pack at 14 under par. I'm Hoshar Singh, joined alongside Mr. Swami and Mr. Vinod. Foraying first time into uncharted waters, and let's see how that works out. For the players, it's worked out pretty well. They've been able to brave the conditions, the windy conditions, and they've really enjoyed what this golf course has had to offer. Low scores in the offing indeed. And must say that immaculate fashion sense on display.
You sure have a variety of colors on the players here. I mean, the fashion quotient. Is that what they say?
Yes, it's important to look the part, and then you can always deliver, Colin, as well. Maybe paying homage to the Black Knight Gary player, resplendent in black, that white glove also standing out, and there's a little bit of
साहब से मेरा दिल्ली में मिलना हुआ. उन्होंने इच्छा जाहिर की कि मैं रायपुर में कोई गोल्फ हो सकता है क्या छत्तीसगढ़ में. तो मैंने कहा बिल्कुल हो सकता है, और फिर मैंने उनसे आग्रह किया कि आप एक टूर्नामेंट रायपुर में करिए.
आपकी ब्लेसिंग से ये फाइनली इनॉग्रल छत्तीसगढ़ ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप, जो आपकी एक प्रॉमिस थी मेरे प्रेसिडेंट श्री कपिल देव जी को, आपने पूरी की प्रॉमिस. तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर.
This is my first time here in Chhattisgarh in Raipur. The golf course is playing. It's truly world class. Not only for the golf course, but also for the hospitality and the food. And I believe there's a chicken over here called Kadaknath chicken, which I really want to try.
First time आने के बाद golf course ये उम्मीद नहीं थी golf course इतनी perfect condition में हमें मिलेगा. और golf course greens super खेल रहे हैं, fairway बहुत अच्छे खेल रहे हैं.
इसका बड़ा लाभ छत्तीसगढ़ को आने वाले समय में मिलेगा. जब दुनिया को पता चलेगा कि रायपुर में इस प्रकार का टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है, तो उसका लाभ जो आने वाले समय में छत्तीसगढ़ को मिलेगा, भविष्य की दृष्टि से बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होगा.
Some words of encouragement by the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Sir Shri Arun Rao. And we also had a look at Mr. Kapil Dev, the president of PGTI, Sri Biranchi Das, Director Personnel, Southeastern Coalfields Limited, Bilaspur. At the press conference, also had our top players and Mr. Amandeep Joel, CEO, Professional Golf Tour of India, Mr. Chinmay Tiwari, founder of Purple Goat Sports Entertainment. So we saw not just a star-studded field, we also had a star-studded prize ceremony as well. My apologies, not a prize ceremony, a tournament. What's it called? A press conference. You know, sometimes when you end up talking for extended periods, you see that your vocabulary also leaves you.
Not you, Shaurya, for sure. So Ankachima and Dharma at 14 under, the two of them. Let's go through the front nine. Jamal Hussain out there. You know, a little while ago you were mentioning the golf course, a new golf course. Obviously, any golf course would take a little bit of time to mature. These trees would grow bigger or taller, more foliage, more difficulty. So I suppose all golf courses have a certain amount of age, will they?
Yes, sir. Coming back to our discussion, sir. Well, looking at that fantastic press conference, great to see that golf has gotten a shot in the arm here in this state, and I'm pretty certain that it'll grow from strength to strength. Seeing that, I'm amazed by how beautiful this facility is and the golf course as well. Even though it's just a newly laid out golf course, it's playing pretty fair. The greens are rolling well, and the layout is one that promises excitement, and that's what we come to watch. There are some testing locations, and I'm sure as the golf course matures over years, you'll see the trees will grow out, the fairways will become even further, the green firmer, so you'll see it becoming a little more difficult. But I think for an inaugural effort, is definitely one to remember.
It's absolutely top class. One good thing about look at that. Just as we speak, some lovely aerial shots of the whole place there. One of the things that has been a feature for Indian golf has been that long back when we had, say, maybe 15, 20 years ago, there used to be a handful of courses which had championships. Now we've got really a huge list, and PGTI is willing to go everywhere. And here you see the leaderboard there. Angad Chima at 14 under, Dharma with him, Shaurya Bhattacharya, Kalin Joshi, and Samarth Dwivedi, the man who's made the big move today, Sam Dwivedi, as he loves calling himself sometimes, 13 under, a multifaceted young man, of course, needs a win to add to all the talents that he has.
Now that ball trundling on. Not quite certain who it belongs to, but whoever it is will be one happy camper nestled next to the flag. Yes, you're right. That Sammy.
Look at the breeze there. You see the breeze there. There's so many leaves out there. The flag fluttering away. So it gives you an indication how open this golf course is. Used to be, it's a bit like the Golden Green, where you have to kind of, be careful about the breeze because the trees are still very young. And when the breeze goes past, it can actually pretty tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of a links feel to it.
Links feel, yeah, exactly.
Especially with that large water body next to it, so you'll have that's something that accentuates the flow of wind as well, and that's why you have that almost sort of a Gulf Stream going on here all the time, and see, that does make it a lot more spicy. So
yes.
And we were talking about Samarth Dwivedi. He loves to play the blues, but no blues for him today. He's 7 under par. It's just a beautiful day for Samarth. Sammy. He's got quite a few stories that the players do recount about him and his prowess, and he's apparently he's a black belt in martial art, and There's some interesting stories about how players did find out that he was indeed telling the truth.
You know what? He's
Yeah.
also, I believe, he spent a little bit of time in Thailand, also, didn't he?
Yes, yes, he's applied his trade there. He plays a lot of golf there, apparently. As we have a look at that split screen view and some of the scores that we can actually look at. Arjun Prasad climbing up, unbeknownst to the rest of the gang. He's 5 under par, blemish free thus far. Angat Chima, the man from Chandigarh, 14 under par alongside M. Dharma. Angat Chima married recently, more than a year ago. Not that recent, but is definitely turning his fortunes around.
Absolutely, yes. I wanted to add that you did it and very well timed, I would say. I mean, he is looking happy. By the way, he came out in shorts last week on the first couple of days, and he's now reverted to his traditional trousers. I'm happy.
And we look at Shamim Khan, 6 under par. Um, you know, it would be an understatement to call him just an old timer. He's
he is consistent like anything.
He's like
amazing.
He's like a gold bond. You can
Oh,
never
yes.
go wrong, especially in these times. He's somebody that you can put your money on and let it appreciate. That's Shamim Khan for you. Is number one in the all-time earnings, and sometimes I feel maybe there's a futures and stock options for something like this. I'd definitely put my money on him and forget about it. And
What about Mukesh?
Mukesh, of course. Mukesh, of course, is senior by maybe about 10 or maybe even more, maybe about 15 years. Mukesh is somebody who's shaped Indian golf. He's an absolute legend of the game. And the fact that he's still shooting such brilliant scores at the age of probably late 50s, 58, 59.
No, I think he's almost 60, if I'm not sure.
So it just shows you that when it comes to Mukesh, age is just a number. For the rest of us mere mortals, I wish that were the case.
Do you know that there's only one player in India who's shot a sub 60, and that's Mukesh. Mukesh actually shot a 58 or a 59 at the Qutub Golf Course in its infant days.
Well, I'm not too sure
I would be born there.
I feel a remiss. Feel a little remiss having to correct you on that one, but I think I would have to because it's important.
You shot one.
Yeah, Rahul Ganpati as well.
Yes, I'm so. Sure. No, shot a 60 if I'm not wrong.
I think he shot a 59 at that golf course, Dig Boy. So quite a few players who've Mukesh Kumar, obviously the one that comes to mind. Now we have a look at Karthik Sharma. We also look at a lot of cricketers now taking to golf. Murli Karthik also plays golf. You're right. Rahul Ganpati, in fact, shot a 12 under par 60. So, Mr. Swami, I think your knowledge is impeccable, and
sometimes old men have a longer memory.
Yeah.
No, I mean, there's nothing wrong. You're perfectly fine. I will never be as good as you in golf. I'll probably be very happy to shoot 12 under for 10 rounds of golf put together.
I must say that so a repository of knowledge and wealth that never does flounder is Mr. Swami, and I was close enough. 12 under, 13 under, tomato.
Sure, you're looking at matured wine there.
Absolutely.
And all right, let's now talk about here live feed one. Akshay there. Oh, Kalin Joshi, and Kalin wavering a little bit. But remember, he's still got the back nine to come, and back nine is where all the players have picked up a lot of shots. So he's biding his time. If he can get through the front line without much damage, he's dropped a shot, of course. If he can get there, pick up one, so he could be a force to reckon with on the back nine. And of course, talking about the back nine, Anga Chima has the whole of back nine left with 3 under for the front nine. And there is Kalin Joshi.
Another good putt, just about skirting the cup. As we look at Dharma there, craning on the right, crouching tiger, hidden dragon, doing well.
Makes no mistake.
When the book is written on Indian golf, rightly so, Mukesh Kumar would be one of the most prominent names. Shamim Khan, somebody who's always gone under the radar. If you look at him, at first glance, nothing really out of the ordinary as far as ball striking is concerned. diminutive in stature, not that pretty short hitter, but it's surprising that he's the all-time leader. And the only reason I feel is one is that he's probably the greatest putter that we've ever seen in our lives. I would probably go as far as saying probably one of the best putters that the world might have seen.
Must tell you, I mean, of course, delving deep into my, kind of bank of memories, which is in terms of years.
Shaurya now on live feed one. Let's see if he's able to. Not so. That's all right. Two putt there. He would rue that missed opportunity. It's very important for these players to make a lot of birdies. It's a birdie fest, and I feel that the winning score could well be above 20 under par. You could be looking at scores of maybe 22, 23, because the back nine is still on offer, and you see these players at 14 till 12 under par, and they can easily reach 17, 18 under par. We've seen the back nine has been a feast for birdies as we look at Cullen. So you could look at the lead probably at 18 at least. I would say the lead would be a minimum at 18 under par today. So you could see the tournament probably being decided at like a really low number of 23 to 25 under, maybe 22, 24 under par. So
where dreams come true, building a future brand new. Smart city, rising strong. Together we belong. Nova Raipur, where dreams come true, building a future brand new.
Welcome once again to our live coverage of the third day's action at the SECL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship presented by Chhattisgarh Tourism. One of the great things, Vinod, I must say, about the tour this year and the last year has been that because of our live telecast and coverage, we've also been able to bring out some beautiful places across the country, and the tourism departments of many of these, states, we've been actually managed to showcase. We had Gujarat last week from Grade One, Chhattisgarh this week, and I'm sure as the tour travels from state to state through the entire year, people will get to know what all is on offer, not just in terms of sport and golf, but also in terms of sheer the pleasure of tourism. And here there is this pleasure of playing for a car, a Nissan Magnite, for a hole-in-one prize, and Maniram goes the tee shot, doesn't waste much time at all, misses the green, unfortunately. So the car stays intact. So I'd say that these are, like tourism, and Shaurya did mention it very correctly, that tourism and golf go hand in hand. And so if the PGTI, as it has managed to lure tourism departments to come along and partner with golf tournaments, it would be a win-win situation for both these parties, as also for the players, who are spending most of their time on the golf courses plying their trade. And here is Jamal Hussain, also at 13 under. It can sometimes be a very lonely tour, a very lonely profession. I have traveled to these places for many years. I mean, not recently on the Indian tour, but for many years I did. And it could be pretty boring at times, but the camaraderie is just amazing. People would stay together, eat together, And with the modern amenities in terms of tourism and what all there is to see, I would say it would really make it a fantastic place.
Just adding on to it, worldwide golf is making a lot of news these days, and some ripples are coming on to India as well. And you guys, when in PGTI, we've covered 17 states, haven't we?
Yes,
Leaving anything out?
so there it is. I mean, more than 50% of the states have actually, almost 50% of the states have a presence on the golf tour. So, which is actually a great thing, I mean, which means the country is being showcased, And just as we talk about showcasing the country, Tharma is trying to pull away. An eagle on the par 5 eighth puts him in sole lead by 2 shots at 16 under. After hovering around 14 under for a long time, Dharma shows that he is the man to watch out today. 16 under, M. Dharma, who's got a bunch of victories against his name, is now leading by 2 shots over Angad Chima, who's at 14 under. And then there's Arjun Prasad, Maniram, Jamal Hussain, Shaurya Bhattacharya, Samarth Dwivedi, all at 13 under. Kalin Joshi stopped with the second bogey on the par 3 seventh. So he's dropped 2 shots on par threes on the third and the seventh. Not a very happy third day, moving backwards. We always say the third day is the traditional moving day, but always forwards. He is moving backwards. He's not going to be happy. Hopefully, he will pick up a few shots on the back nine. Meanwhile, Maniram from the bunker. Nice aerial view.
Oh, that's what the doctor ordered for.
Oh, yes.
Brilliant shot.
Maniram again. Very much there in contention. Remember, anything can happen. This is a golf course where players can go really low. We've seen players shoot 61. Shaurya Bhattacharya shot a 61 on the second day, and I think Kalin Joshi had a 60 on the second day also. So there's been some really good scores. Dharma had a 62 himself on the opening day, and the 61 came from Mani Ram on the first day. So a couple of 61s and of course a 60 there too. So never rule out a chaser charge on the third.
So another thing is the exciting bit. The top three have yet to play the back nine.
Yes,
So
indeed.
Shaurya's wager of 22-23 under could be a reality today.
Well, I'm sure. Look at that long, curling red line, the stakes there, out of bounds. Stay away.
Jamal has a very, very cautious attitude. He's just playing calculated golf, I guess, percentage golf. Just to make
Jamal
sure
is the
that
kind
he's
of a
there.
man who tries to eschew risks, plays safely.
He's there and thereabout.
Yes.
And when it comes to the 100-meter race, he might just
Remember, a golf tournament is never a 100 meters race. It's a marathon with 72 holes. Okay, I'm not counting live with 54. I'm just talking about traditional 72 hole golf tournaments. It's a marathon. And here is Jamal making sure he's getting close there.
A lovely putt. And
if I had to really put my money on, in a manner of speaking, I would do that on Angad Chima this week.
Oh, yes.
Because I think Angad has been close to wins, etc., for the past few weeks. I mean, running even actually going back into the last season too. So I would say he is a guy that you would need to watch out for.
So is Dharma moving out and breaking the group with the minus 16? He's got a nice uphill putt there. a very standard procedure, the way he goes about his business when it comes to putting. Very self assured. He is taking his time on this part. Normally, he's very quick, isn't he? He just comes, does his routine.
One of the nice things about our modern world is the internet and the repository of information that it often has on it. A quick check shows me that Ankachima's last win came at the Vizag Open last year. That was in October, but he had a whole bunch of top tens last year, which actually kind of showed that he was in terrific form. So he had one win, two second places, one third place, three other top tens. So a total of seven top tens, including the win. So that was actually a great year for him. Angachima, tall, wiry, and now fairly consistent. Dharma on the left screen walks off the ninth green. Shaurya Binu, he made his breakthrough last year, Shaurya. He picked up two wins last year. One of them was the Dream Valley Go Group presents the Wooty Masters in the early part of the year, and then he added a second win in Mysuru at the Mysuru Open. So he had two wins in 2024, an excellent season for him. Very interesting and very intense young man. I've often seen him just sit alone and have his lunch at the end of a day's play or something. I mean, he just says, I like to analyze and think about the whole round all by myself before I get back to meeting others. Very intense.
Looking at hole number 7 now. Just missing that on the lower side. M. Dharma making an eagle on hole number 8, moves to 16 under par. Getting some daylight between him and Angachima. Arjun Prasad, a youngster based out of Gurugram, in a log jam at 13 under par. As you look at Cullen.
Tough line there.
Yeah, going the wrong way, unfortunately, trending over par, 2 over par today for Cullen. Let's see if his deft touch can come to the rescue, and that's a pretty decent shot by Cullen. Unfortunate for that not to have trundled on a little more. Shaurya looking cool as ever in those shades. Karthik there surveying his putt. Karthik is quite deliberate in the way that he reads the line. Seems to be a perfectionist, which is often a good thing on the green, as far as if you can get it done in time.
The feature is, from the days when, say 20 or 30 years ago, the fitness level of the players is just amazing now. If you look at, say, 80% of the players on the course right these days, they are all very, very fit, and they actually kind of put their fitness regimen pretty high on the priority list. Of course, practice at the range and the putting greens and the drive, the chipping area is there, but fitness figures pretty high. And I think that is probably one of the reasons for the quality of golf having gone up so much.
Yeah, it's now not so much luxury as a necessity. In days of yore, it was looked on as something with caution.
No, don't say my age. Oh, you make me feel even older than I am.
Well,
I'll
as
just put your leg,
you know,
Sharia,
we,
there.
we look at the previous generations, that fitness was something which was almost frowned upon. When we look at the golden days of golf, maybe when Jack Nicklaus and so on, the likes were playing. I would think that the only person that would have forayed into fitness at that point in time, as we have a look at Karthik here, trying to make his bird, coming up short. He's leaving himself with these testers here, is Karthik. So coming back to that, probably Gary Player was the only one. And then you saw Tiger Woods come around and
Tiger Woods
really.
redefined the game, in more ways than one.
Yeah, that was the second coming of professional golf. Now you see a new era being ushered in by Bryson DeChambeau,
Oh,
who's
yes.
just an absolute unit. He can fly the ball 330, 335. We had the pleasure of seeing him here, and it's just cut from a different cloth, so as to speak. But if you look at our Indian players, they're not that far off. You look at the likes of Veer Alawat. There's so many others that hit the ball well over 300. Veer flies the ball beyond 300 yards. You have Yuvraj Sandhu, and some of these players are comparable to the best. As you have a look at Shaurya here with his attempt. Should break a little to the left and running out of steam there.
A foot and a half shot.
So you look at the fitness revolution that's happening, and I would say in front of my eyes, I've seen over the last decade or so, you've seen that the players who might have taken to other sports are actually now coming to golf. Golf has become the athlete's game, and it being included in the Olympics has also helped its cause.
Absolutely. I mean, being part of the Olympic agenda program makes a huge difference for any sport. Look at Rory McIlroy. He was not terribly happy about it, wanting to play there in 2016 when it was included in Rio for the first time. But when it came to Tokyo and then Paris, he was so keen on picking up a medal. And he was at the press conference in Tokyo, and then again he says, "Never has there been such a close fight or a dogged fight for a third place in a golf tournament. It's either all or nothing. It's just win or nothing go." But here it was like a medal, and everybody wanted to keep one, get at least one of them. So it was really, I mean, those medals make a lot of difference, and hopefully in 4 years' time, when we get to Los Angeles, there'll be more than just two sets of medals, but there'll be many more. Hopefully, a team event, a mixed event. There's all kinds of talk there. And in 2032, Brisbane could see even more. But now, with Greg Norman being in charge of the Brisbane Olympics there, and him being a man who's not afraid to introduce new things.
Yeah, golf is elite. It's poised to be one of the most important sports in the next decade or so. You're seeing many tours, a lot of development happening in golf, the merger of two main tours, PGA Tour and the other one as well. So I think it's an interesting time. What DP World Tour has also done with this historic partnership with Professional Golf Tour of India is it's taken the stature of the game up a notch. You're seeing this year bigger tournaments, more prize fund, more involvement from the corporates and the government sector. And that itself is always welcome when you see the government getting involved in something which is as pivotal to nation building as sport is. Then it's indeed interesting times. Now you have Karthik. Those two views again. And looking at our tour grow in stature, it's indeed heartening to see as we look at Karthik here. And as I stated previously, he left a little bit too much work for him, and saw him. The putter, it needs a little bit more work. Maybe after the round, he can spend some time. I've seen his speed control has been a little below par, so as to speak. It's good to see a lot of international flavor as well on tour. We have a lot of players who've come from all over the world to ply their trade on the professional golf tour of India. And the words of our honorable Prime Minister Vasudeva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, and that really does hold true on the professional golf tour of India. You see players from all over the world come and try and make a living on the very competitive, lucrative professional golf tour of India. And for those of you joining us just now, I'd like to tell you that we are live at the SCCL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship 2025, presented by Chhattisgarh Tourism.
So all of them, you have how many? 12 people crowded together in the top, and Dharma just keeping distance there with minus 15, one ahead of Chima, who's done pretty good today. Arjun Prasad has done pretty well till now, hasn't he? With minus 5.
Yeah, a lot of good numbers, a lot of good scores.
What would you attribute Kalin Joshi and Karthik? Is their putter getting cold there? Is that the main issue, or
Well, it's
they're driving pretty well, aren't they?
Well, it's a golf course where you have to sort of make a lot of birdies. It's not a battle of attrition, so as to speak. So it's one where you have to hit it in the right spots, get a few fortunate breaks as well in order to make those early birdies. The front nine is, as we've seen historically so far as this tournament is concerned, not the easiest to make birdies on. So still early days. Maybe he can turn it around on the back nine, can Cullen. But of course, it's eventually just a matter of inches with the putts don't fall in. And we've seen that he's bogeyed the third, which is one of the more difficult holes here, which has seen a lot of drop shots. So the seventh as well, which has not been too favorable. So not too bad. The only thing that he's not had many putts go his way, and chipping has not really been dialed in. So if I were him, I wouldn't really get too worried. A lot of birdie opportunities as we play the rest of the holes, as we come up to hole number 9, which he's hit a decent shot, but we saw that backspin taking the ball off the green. The ninth hole, 159 yards, so nothing more than a 9-iron for a prodigious ball striker like Cullen. Now coming to the left-handed player, Karthik, maybe drive away in style with the Nissan Magnite. And mind you, this is a new Nissan Magnite, the facelift version. It's an absolute beauty, a stellar car, both inside and outside. So the players would really be wanting to put their hands on that mean machine.
Yeah, another thing which I could observe here, I'll take a couple of names here: Jamal, Shaurya, Bhattacharya, and Maniram. They're just pacing it out. They're not going very aggressive. Probably go for the back nine and unleash a bit of power and get some scores in, like what people have done on the back nine
Yeah,
today.
that's a good shot by Karthik there. Yeah, they could be pacing themselves, but it eventually is it's about the way that he's striking the ball. That is, sometimes you have to just see how it's going and sort of play to your strengths and play to the safest side. But you've seen Jamal always goes low, so it's a gingerly start. Is nothing more than that. There's still 9, 10 holes to go. These first 7, 8 holes. Though not long by any measure, but the back nine does give you an additional par 5 as well. So more scoring opportunities, especially for players of this length. The 11th playing at 599, the 13th just merely 489 yards. So the yardage of a par 4, but allows you an opportunity to make a birdie if you can just hit a drive well.
Mm-hmm. That was a nice long putt for Jamal, but he's pretty close to the the hole. He putts very well, doesn't he? I've seen him like in and about the hole. Doesn't take too many risks. He's got a good sense of speed, probably,
Yeah,
and
very
a good
good
line.
control. Yeah, very good control on the greens does Jamal have.
And there was a slight break. If you see that there was the hole is on the lower trench. That putt, so well judged there.
Yeah, putting off the shoulder, breaking a little to the left. Jamal Hussain always dialed in with the short stick and currently finds himself in third position.
So you have Therma having a decent length of a putt there. He's taking his time now that he's on top of the leaderboard, isn't he?
Well, that won't quite factor into things as far as he's concerned. It was still pretty much unbeknownst that if he's leading or not, he'd be going about his game in perfect fashion. And
Another roll it was in, wasn't it? Nice putt.
unfortunate for that not to have gone in the hole. Quite a few tournaments coming up. We have after this the Ahmedabad Open Golf Championship 2025. It's going to be played at the Kenswell Golf and Country Club. Post that, the tour heads to Kolkata for the Kolkata Challenge and then the Delhi Challenge, followed by the Hero Indian Open, the big one, where the defending champion Keita Nakajima displayed fantastic driving off the ball at the DLF Golf and Country Club. It's an event that all the players look forward to. And then tour heads to JP Greens for the PGTI Invitational 2025. That's going to be a mouth-watering event worth 1.5 CR, so a lot of money to play for on the Professional Golf Tour of India. It's the most packed schedule that we've ever seen in recent history. In the month of April, you'll have the Indorama Open Golf Championship 2025, boasting a prize fund of 2 crore at the Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club. Then you have the Kellens Open in New Delhi, a new event, and then the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational at the Prestige Golf Shire for 2 crore, where defending champion Karan Pratap Singh will have to stave off the pursuers. So, packed calendar for our golfers to look forward to, and a lot to play for as well. In Dharma, our leader is at 15 under par, giving away a shot on hole number 9. Angad Chima at 14 under par, Shaurya Bhattacharya at 14 under par as well. Still early days, but moving day has promised a lot of intrigue and delivered on the same at this wonderful fairway golf and lake resort here at Raipur.
The big movers on this leaderboard is Samarth. Then you have Shamim Khan. You have Pranav, who's gone up 6 places. Thangaraja has gone up 6 places. You have Milind Soni, who's moved up 11. Rohan 11, but not in contention though as yet. They have to break up, probably go beyond minus 11 to give Dharma something to think about. The temperature has definitely risen. It's 30 degrees there now. Would that make a difference in the game of play or the strategies?
Yeah, you'd see the greens would dry out a little bit, the ball would travel further, and that does make it a little easier for the players because it's a comfortable temperature. The greens and the fairways, I believe, are really firm as well, so the ball would end up going further. So all the factors actually augur for a really good back nine here. Good putt by Cullen. So makes a par on this tricky little hole, and all things considered, he's been able to steady the ship somewhat with that birdie on hole number 8, and I think that's definitely going to change things on the back nine. You could see him at least shoot 4 under par. Getting back to the action now, our view is obfuscated by the caddy. The caddy is such an integral part of the team. The man Friday, as you see the wind buffeting there, and that would have caused a little bit of discomfort to Shaurya on the putt. The longer the putt, and if you find that the wind is really up, you have to cater to the wind as well. Not many people think that wind could affect something as innocuous as putting, but it does, especially on greens which are a little faster. These are greens which are playing at about 9.5. And as you know, the difference between a putt going in and one that skims the cup is minuscule, to say the least. Now, the youngster Manoj on hole number 11 must be really well known in his school. The youngster playing on the Professional Golf Tour of India and playing the third leader group is an achievement like none other. And you see, the PGTI is very competitive now. You have players from all over the world vying for a spot. The recently concluded Professional Golf Tour of India qualifying school was indeed a competitive one with over 500 entries. Good putt by the youngster, vying for maybe a handful of spots, 40 spots for the A card, and maybe about 40, maybe about 50 balance for the B card. So that decides what kind of exemption the player gets and how many tournaments you can get to play. For example, if you were to play the Indian Open after 3 weeks, you would have to find yourself in at least the top 25 players on the Indian order of merit on the Professional Golf Tour of India. Akshay there, firm and decisive. Maybe up to the 30th position can get into the Indian Open, and that's they want to play the big events, and the ones that are coming up now, the big ones, from next month onwards, the Kolkata Challenge and the Delhi Challenge. These are events that are going to be co-sanctioned between the Challenge Tour and the Professional Golf Tour of India. So you can gain the world ranking points, and if you can somehow manage to win them, then you get status on the Challenge Tour. As Om Prakash Chauhan had done, first winning a tournament on the Challenge Tour and then becoming number one and playing on the DP World Tour. So the world is your oyster when you're playing the Professional Golf Tour of India. You can see that green surrounded by water. As you see, real estate is booming, and for those who are looking for maybe a holiday home, this could be an attractive destination indeed. And for more details, you can always head on over to PGTI of India.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for?
अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
Look at the top 10 scores now. It's going to be a tournament that's eventually going to come down to the putter. Who can hold those putts? The golf course off the tee is not a formidable challenge per se. It eventually will definitely boil down to the short stick.
But while we're at it, let me just take you through the world rankings. The top Indian players who matured from the PGTI. Shubhankar Sharma is presently at 257th in the world. Gaganjit Bulla 372nd. Veer Alawat doing pretty well with 467 in his maiden year. Rahul Ganji 529. He's dropped down 6 positions. Yuvraj Sandhu has gained, and he's 577th. Anirban Lahiri, the biggie's got 600. He's on 640. He's 645th. Then we have a young Turk, Rayan Thomas. It's 667. Then you have Karandeep Kocher and Ajitesh Sandhu. And coming back to the live, this is going to be a nice half swing for a pro golfer. Probably distance is very important in these kind of strokes when you approach the green. And would be some sort of a wedge floated, bounce on the green, and stops probably 10 feet away from the hole. Would be a decent putt. We'll have to watch and see what the rest of the group is up to. Yes, another ball in the center of the green. A very safe shot there. And while we're at it, a lot of water bodies on the course, probably adding to the diversity of the playing conditions here, making it a bit tough while the trees and the other surrounding ecosystem develops. Hats off to the people who worked on this course. People from Australia probably came down and designed this.
Yeah, the water bodies are there, but the skill is so high that they become merely ornamental. The water bodies not really in play for the players unless the wind really does pick up. Now, this is our first look at Angad Chima. Wiry build of Angad Chima. A lot of that fast twitch muscle fiber has been built up over the years that allows him speed without really adding too much bulk, and that's what the modern sportsman looks like. I see he's gone back to conventional chipping. Normally has the lower hand down, so see that he's put in some work on the short game. Let's see how he executes on that one.
Ball has released well.
And,
some more work to be done there.
It's not too bad. Downhill, left, right putt coming up, 8 to 9 feet. So that's one part of the game that Angad has really worked on. He's always been a fantastic iron striker, really good off the tee, and good putter as well. Although I've seen him off the tee, he's throttled back somewhat. He has a lot more power, but he's opted to curtail some of that and focus more on accuracy, and that's definitely paid dividends for him.
I'm just echoing what you mentioned earlier with the rankings. Yuvraj's sitting on a pot of money now with 30 lakhs. Saptak Talwar is doing pretty decent with 11 lakhs. Jamal's also there, 10. Abhinav with 8. And Kshitij with 7.25 lakhs. That's a decent amount of money at the first stage of the...
One man's ceiling is another man's floor. So you never know what to say about what's a decent sum or not. But for players with the pedigree of Yuvraj, I know that obviously money drives each one of us. It's the victories that do, and he plays on the Asian Tour as well, and with his victories, he gets quite a few international events. So if money would be the last of his problems. The likes of Yuvraj would be making a lot. It's more for the players who only play in India, where you have to really, it's dear. Of course, now with those handsome prize fund, it's really a lot to play for the players. It's so much money here on the Indian tour, thanks to great sponsors and this week the government of Chhattisgarh. It's a lot. It's really heartening to see where the game of golf is heading.
There's 3 players there at 15 under. Thank you, Shaurya. Yes, his namesake is also there among the 3 leaders right now. Shaurya Bhattacharya, 15 under, alongside Dharma and Arjun Prasad. Arjun Prasad, of course, has only 3 more holes left. So there are 3 players with 7 under cards today. So it's been a lot of low scoring. Of course, Arjun Prasad, Samath Dwivedi, and Shamim Khan. They've all had 7 under cards so far today. So there's a lot of birdies to be had today, a lot of low scores. So you really need to make good such a day, else you could get left behind. And here is Angad Chima.
That's it. Oh,
There it is. Frustrating, isn't it?
I mean, with your experience here, see a lot of people who are bystanding and they're watching the caddies. Their role would be tremendous, won't it, in terms of
So, well,
helping them out?
you could watch and learn a lot in this sport, and people are, they understand the value of, picking the right things which suit you. And here, like for example, two young lads, or rather two people playing. There's Pawan Kumar and Harinder Gupta who are playing alongside Angad Chima.
This being a new course, how helpful would the caddies be? They probably never played here, have they?
Absolutely. The caddies are, useful. But certainly, as you rightly said, many of the caddies will find this track new, so may not actually be able to give as many inputs, but then their sheer experience helps them. There's Angad Chima after that lip out.
Yes.
Sometimes not only does it lip out, but actually travels a bit of a distance, but it was almost 2 feet. And that, of course, is never a given. A lot of golf still to come in this tournament, a full final day tomorrow, and besides that, many of the players still have half a round to go this afternoon.
Shaurya Bhattacharya doing well for himself. He's coming back into the leader group. Minus 15.
Just inside, breaks a bit too early, didn't have enough legs, or rather, didn't have the pace in the stroke there. And on the right side, we have Jamal Hussain on feed 2. Jamal Hussain walking off, finished. Or rather, his caddy has walked off. Jamal and Maniram still there on the green there.
The Nissan Magnet still is
Yes.
elusive. Nobody's threatened the whole.
Yeah, well, Shankar Das did have a hole in one, but it wasn't on the hole where the Nissan was on offer. So the sponsor still awaiting the first claimant to that lovely car which Shaurya also has, but without having aced the hole.
All of them tend to just be safe on the ninth hole, finishing off without any damage. That will be a bonus, probably.
There is no such thing as safely in golf. Safe shots or trying to be too careful, trying to avoid all that could actually mean a lot more problems. Karthik there watching.
That's a nice putt from Cullen. 10 feet away.
Cullen needed that putt. He's not been able to get his putter going today, so he really needed that putt.
He's still in the striking distance, 13 under. If he maintains that.
He's just hanging in there. He wants to make sure that he's not too far off. That is the key. I mean, that birdie that he had picked off on the eighth hole, even though that's the hole where almost everyone's been picking up shots. I think so. That has must have helped his nerves get better.
Another good card to look at is probably Arjun Prasad with mine under he's 15 under. He's got 7 birdies and he's not Mr. Stroke as yet. A clean cut.
Absolutely, when you a clean card on the third day, 6, 7, 8, that would be just the kind of a moving day anybody would want. And here is Dharma here.
Oh,
To the right, how did it go?
Missed by a whisker. And a lot of amateurs might be watching this. The way he's putt, even if he misses, he's not far away from the hole. He just taps it in, finishes it off. Job done. A lot of experience behind that.
Vinod, I wish it would be so simple.
It doesn't work like that. I mean, there are a lot of people coming up from Bangladesh. I mean, what are your thoughts on how they are developing these players?
Bangladeshis, I mean, their professional golf is actually very dependent on the Indian tour. And of course, a lot of them also go on and play a few tournaments in the Thai tour, the All Thailand tour, and some odd pro events elsewhere. They have a few pro events of much lower price purses in both Nepal and Bangladesh. So they all play as many as they can. You know, there is a little bit of golf going around in the region. Of course, the Indian tour being the big one amongst all.
The Indian tour is holding its fort, and
Absolutely.
with partnerships coming from DP World and Asian Tour,
No,
it's going to
there's no
go
partnership
better.
with the Asian tour. It's just the DP World. It's the DP World Tour with its alliance with the PGTI. I think that was not a good one. I mean, that was a nightmare, a complete duff there. Now we're looking at Manoj.
So that's like
This Lakshya, Bino had a tough one there.
So when you have Akshay chipping in, these guys would be working around with 4 wedges at least. More. No. That was a nice controlled chip in, probably 4 feet away from the hole.
Shaurya there. This had a tough.
Work cut out for him there. That's a
That was
well
a
done.
good one. That was a good one after that mess up. Hopefully that gets his confidence back.
Breath of relief there.
That's right. I mean, that would be the right thing to say, a breath of relief there.
Among friends, they all 3 balls
Oh.
in very similar positions. They're probably getting energy from each other. 3 shots of similar nature. They're letting the group behind them move up, I guess, taking the shots.
So you get to see that nice shot, the nice
well
getting on well. Oh, it even
measured
touched,
shot.
it even hit the lip and went off. So he really almost had a look at the hole. Almost not. That would have been a great deserving chip in. Unfortunately, just kind of hit the lip and stayed out, moved up a little.
These guys must
So,
be putting a lot of hours.
SECL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship 2025 from the Fairway Golf and Lake Resort in Naya, Raipur, a brand new addition to the golfing scene in India. The third event of the 2025 season. The first two were won by Yuvraj Sandhu, who's decided to sit out this week and next week in preparation for the events in March, when we have two Challenge Tour events and two Challenge events on the Hotel Planner Tour, which is the second run tour of the DP World Tour, and the Hero Indian Open, the flagship event of Indian golf. There's the scoreboard, three players there up there on 15 under. It's a crowded leaderboard there, very crowded. 9 players within 2 shots of each other. The man who's who's the clubhouse leader today is Samarth Dwivedi. He has finished the day at 8 under, and that 8 under also has 2 bogeys. So imagine what an amazing round it has been. Samarth Dwivedi is now tied for 4th at 14 under, alongside Kalin Joshi, Angad Chima, and Abhinav Lohan, while there's Arjun Prasad on the top with Dharma and Shaurya Bhattacharya at 15 under. Kalin Joshi's slipped a fair bit today.
Yeah, the back nine is where all the action is. We're going to see a lot of red numbers on the back nine, so would implore all the viewers to stay glued to your seats or wherever you're catching the action from. The good thing is that you can watch it free on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, snippets there, as well as all the other sources that they are for live TV. And it's been a great partnership between the Professional Golf Tour of India and ABP Network, and that has allowed us to bring you live coverage of golf as it happens, shot by shot, play per play, so you're never left behind in guessing what's going on in the biggest tournament that has ever been played in this part of the country, the SECL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship 2025, presented by Chhattisgarh Tourism. I'm your host Shwar Singh, alongside my co-host Krishna Swami.
Manoj cleans up that. You know, it's always better to get these safe bars out of the way, because they know that this is where the smallest of mistakes can prove to be a big penalty. Shaurya, after that duff on that hole, had an excellent chip, which actually clipped the lip, and stayed out about 2 feet away. Now, that's the kind of a putt which has actually caused a lot of controversy in recent times. When you get into aim point and spend a lot of time on a 2-footer or a shorter one. So that's where a lot of golfers have actually been critical of aim point. But those who do practice this method, they know the value and they understand what they get out of it. So they just don't want to give that up, because it probably saves them a few shots, a few crucial shots each week. And here is Akshay Sharma.
Brilliant golfer, Akshay Sharma, especially the way that he putts. Has got that good forward shaft lean, especially when he putts. Puts a lot of topspin on the putt and has it rolling end to end. And that's why you find him to be one of the most aggressive putters. Never leaves it short and has brilliant speed control as well. And that has done him a world of good as Akshay. He's gone up steadily through the ranks. And on the much more competitive tournaments, we've seen that he's able to shine through. He has very consistent ball striking, and you back that up with a good putter. It's always a recipe for success. And let's go have a look at this putt now.
He's also very ambitious.
Well, I guess that goes with the territory. If you're going to make a life as a sportsman, you best be at the least ambitious. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in the lurch. It's a competitive game, and only the best survive. Even in professional golf, you're talking about 130 entries each week, and only the top 50 get a paycheck, and the rest of them, unfortunately, go back empty-handed and only have the expenses and scars to show for.
Exactly.
So when you're playing professional golf, you must be hungry, ambitious, and you must be talented, or at least industrious. As you have a look at Mani Ram, who's a mix of both. He's talented and he's very industrious, and he'll have to really fall on that talent and ingenuity if he's to make par from there. That's not his most shining moment on that chip shot. Has overshot that by a good 15 yards. So have that 45 footer coming back over two levels. As we have Dharma there, look that he's really locked in the zone. Knows that this can really run away from the flag and be left with a 20 footer coming back. He doesn't quite want that coming out of the rough here. Let's make sure not to get under the ball. The best way is to ensure that you release up. The club face must point up at the sky after you release it, as opposed to a wristy flip. Let's see how he does. And that's one of the dangers coming out from there, not being able to get that purchase as you're coming out of the thicket. But I think all things considered, that's all right. 10 footer coming back, left to right.
Not an easy one there. I'm sure he's probably staring at a drop shot there. That's not going to do him good. It's going to cost him a bit.
Jamal now.
On the back nine, dropping shots will be costly.
Oh, well, it's a par four, so they're actually there in one. This is a 12th. It's only 300 yards, so they won't, unless they really make a meal on the putting green and three putts. But here they're actually going for birdie. And Jamal, you can see with that approach, a lot more open. So you can see that he's going with the aerial route as Jamal. Yeah, that's coming out really softly, gingerly that came out. But again, underwhelming by him. It's not the easiest shot. As you've seen, all three players have erred. None of them really coming up to their own expectations on this also. It's the defense of a golf course can be many, and mystique can be one as well. And here you have the water body behind the green, and you have the green precipitously sloping away from front to back, and that can give the players some food for thought. We've seen Mani Ram overshoot it by about 45 feet. We've seen Dharma M not with the best effort. And the most surprising, I must say, was Jamal, who's out of the three, probably the best as far as short game is concerned. So surprising that none of them could execute. And what I want our viewers to see is this is how you pull the trigger. He's fast on the draw.
There, Mani Ram, very, very long one. Gets close, not close enough, still about 2.5 feet away.
Yeah, so this is not a hole that you want to be dropping a shot, so he best make that putt. I really like the way that he goes about his business. He's no fuss, and he's got that sixth sense about reading the line. Doesn't really need to take much time. So I think he could teach a few players how to read the line without really fussing about or seeing the slope and so on and so forth. Maybe it's his natural ability. As we have a look at Jamal. Trying to take care of those indentations on the green, which you are allowed now as per the new rules, which were launched, I think, in 2020, that you could actually repair spike marks and other marks in addition to pitch marks. So that makes it a lot fairer for the players. In years past, you could see yourself putting over a spike mark, which would deflect your ball and so on and so forth. Oh, that's a good putt again by
Great
Jamal.
putt. Nice putt, but then again clipped the lip. Actually, there's been a few putts that just shaved off, just missed, or even actually hit the lip, but not stayed in.
Back to that multi-screen view once again.
There's a lot of colors out there.
Dharma M, after his chip shot, would break from left right this putt. It's had him flummoxed as well.
There. Injured up, money round back now. Not exactly a tap in there. He still prefers the flagstick in there. And on live feed 2, we have Karthik, the southpaw. Maniram holds it and lets his caddy pick up the ball. So that was a pass saved after a bit of a concern there. I mean, after he had that long putt ahead of him. And Karthik leaves it just too short from that distance. Now, that is not something he'll be very happy about. He's got his par all right, but leaving a putt so short from such a close distance. The 11th.
Shaurya now on hole number 11, the par 5. Arjun Prasad leading the tournament at 15 under alongside N. Thangaraja, whose erstwhile profession, while in Sri Lanka, he used to be a tailor. And so, as I say, golf is a great equalizer, gives ample opportunities. If you're talented, if you're hardworking, if you're tenacious, you'll definitely find yourself in the champions midst. And that's what happens. He's become a winner and a successful professional golfer, plays in India and also in Asia. As you have a look at Shaurya making that putt. M. Dharma also leading the tournament, and Shaurya Bhattacharya as well, and who I assume would steer one clear with that putt now. A quartet leading the inaugural SECL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship 2025 presented by Chhattisgarh Tourism. We're going to be back here again, I'm certain. This is going to grow from strength to strength. The first edition, just a brief look at this tournament and its regaling. I'm sure that the next editions will be even grander and bigger. This one has got the best players from India and a few international as well.
So one of the nice things, Shaurya, this week, or rather right now, today's play has been that the players have actually picked up birdies in bunches. You know, if you see the scoreboard, no. Did I say it too soon? Anyway, Cullen's not had the best of days.
Yeah, that's the rub of the green, so to speak. You win some, you lose some.
Well, Cullen is just wondering where he's going to win any, not even some. So there's like Arjun Prasad, Thangaraja, Abhinav Lohan, all of them have had 4 birdie streaks, at least 4 or more. Shamim Khan. So there's been people have picked up shots in a lot of, kind of in huge chunks. And of course, Samath Dwivedi was the big one there, 6 shots in 5 holes. So I think what's happening is once you get the momentum, once you get the hang of it, you read them well, and of course,
Hi guys,
Nothing
I'm
like
here
rolling in a few birdies
on the
on low.
practice putting green. I played one. It's a beautiful golf course. I'm out here practicing because the tournament starts tomorrow. So this is one of my routines. I usually come up to the putting green and get a feel for the speed that would be on the main greens as well on the golf course. So it gives me a good measure for how far I have to hit the ball. So as I was saying, I walk up, I get a feel for how much the gradient is, and then I try and pick a high point of where the putt would be breaking the most, which would, for me, on this putt would be somewhere, I would be aligning my putt somewhere there. The other thing you could look at is the grain on the green. It's the way the grass lies. So typically, sometimes the grass lies this way, so right to left, which makes the ball turn from right to left. And if the grass lies the other way, it turns left to right. But on these greens, because the grass is quite low and it's not very grainy, it's sitting up, but it's really low. So we're not going to consider the grass here. I look at the high point. I come and have a sit behind as well. This lower angle helps me to see any imperfections or any specific areas that I'm looking out for. And once I've got that, all I do is I come up to the ball, looking at that aim point I've got to aim at, which is the high point. Take a couple of strokes looking at the hole. I go into the ball, align my line to the middle of the ball so I can strike the putt from the center of the face, look up at my point again, and stroke it and trust the process. So as you can see, I obviously have some speed. As I said, my routine stays consistent. I just look at that high point, take a couple of strokes, make sure my ball tracks along that line. So I would really recommend coming to a practice putting green, getting a feel for the slopes, getting a feel for the lines, and working it into your putting stroke.
Those were some putting secrets from Himmat Rai, a one-time winner on the Asian Tour. He has seen the ups and downs of professional golf, but a very well turned out, very well behaved, and a fantastic young man. We have the SECL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championships live from the Fairway Golf and Lake Resort. There's Colin Joshi on the left side of the screen and Karthik on the right. It's been a bit of a rough day for Colin Joshi, who started the day at 14 under, and through the first 11 holes, he is still even par, 2 birdies and 2 bogeys. Hopefully, he must be looking forward to picking up at least a couple of more, or 2 or 3 birdies on the back nine, which has been pretty rewarding for the players this afternoon or today. As I mentioned earlier, Arjun Prasad, Thangaraja, Samath Dwivedi, Shamim Khan, they've all picked birdies in bunches. And he still has some time to do that. Angad Chima's putter seems to have cooled off after an excellent 3 under front nine. He is being par, par, par for the first 3 holes of the back nine. So 3 under for 12 holes on the third day. Still a very, very crowded leaderboard. Just one shot, or rather 2 shots, separating the top 9 or 10 people. And Shaurya birdied the 11th, the par 5, to at least for the present take lead at 16 under. Shaurya Bhattacharya, of course, hasn't had a win on the PGTI. He's turned professional recently. One of top amateurs on the Indian circuit, or formerly before he turned a pro.
While we're at it, big thanks to the people who made this happen, like Tata Steel, one of the biggest people in this business, with 33 million tons of steel being produced. You have Victoria's Choice, who've moved in and making joy of golfing to be get to another level. You've got Amritanjan Electro Plus, which is helping out players with electrolyte drinks. Could kind of be helpful now when you're when the 31 degrees of heat going on. Then you have the old horse Whistlery coming in and providing services to India for the last 50 years. Hydration partners of PGTI. Nissan coming in as one of the biggest automobile manufacturers in the world. 70,000 people have got direct or indirect jobs in India ever since they moved in. And you have Rolex. Any thoughts on Rolex supporting golf in India and worldwide, Swami sir?
Well, Rolex has been one of the biggest sponsors or manufacturers of sport, or rather golf in particular, around the world, the biggest tournaments around the world, the biggest stores across the globe. So Rolex, of course, and the bigger in some of the big Indian names are also Rolex testimonies, like G. Milkha Singh and Arman Lahiri. So there are, I mean, Rolex does have a great contribution to golf. There, Kalin Joshi having some problems out there near the lake.
Can't see very clearly what might have happened there.
Well, he's searching for his ball, it seems. Or has the caddy found it? Probably has.
It's good to see everybody chipping in and doing a bit of helping hand there.
So Shaurya, Karthik, and Kalin. Things not going Kalin's way today. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys, still where he was started the day at 12 under, or rather 14 under, after 2 rounds of 64 and 60 at the Spar 69 Fairway Golf and Lake Resort, a new golf course designed by the Pacific Coast Design, being added to the Indian golfing scene.
Shamim Khan has finished his round, it seems, with 193, and Samarth with 193 as well. They played 8 under, so they gave a charge and make things exciting in the first half of the game, I guess.
So, well, there are 3 players at 14 under. Clubhouse, 3-way clubhouse lead with Arjun Prasad, Samarth Dwivedi, and Shamim Khan. Karthik now. Khan's not really through with that. He's come out of that, but he's wondered if he's going to drop a shot there. It's a par 4 12.
Short par 4, 313. So, would you leave the flag stick in, or are you a believer of taking it
I
out?
don't know. I always find it a bit of a distraction.
Old school.
No, I don't know whether it's old school. It's just a habit. Not that I play enough.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of breeze there. The flag, you can see it, right? Blowing
It
there.
helps, does it?
It does. I mean, a lot of players do feel very comfortable, and which is why they do that. So they did. Here's Kalin Joshi going back to take the shot. He obviously couldn't find the ball, and if he did, it was not in a great position. Had no option, so things not going Kalin's way today. He just needs to hang in there, not give up. Remember, on this course, there are low scores to be had, and he is not too far behind. He might have been the leader overnight at 14 under, which is where he still is there, but he's only two behind playing partner Shaurya Bhattacharya.
So he should be playing his third there.
Not too sure about that.
He's making some amends. Landed pretty safe. I might have left a 15-foot putt there. Nice work, Karan.
And circling, the caddy and the player both seem to be circling the hole just as he has to be careful and get himself out of the line before the stroke is taken. Karthik looking for a possible gain out here.
So the length of a course matters, doesn't matter.
Of
It could be
course.
tough.
No, it is for big hitters, it doesn't matter. For small hitters, it does. See, this is a par 69 course, so I think around 6100 would not really be something that they'd be very worried. The length is the least of all worries here on this golf course.
He's spending more time on the green, reading putts and putting, aren't they? The second half. And still,
the more time you spend, the tougher it becomes. This is the second time that Karthik has taken so much. Second or the third time he's taken so much time and then ended missing it. A crisis of confidence.
Khalil doing well for himself. Khalil. He needs to work hard on this part.
He can't afford to give away shots here. He's already given up too much. It's not that he's not made any birdies. He is even par. He's not over par as yet. But his playing partners and many of the others have made a lot of ground and even overtaken him. So I think that would be playing on his mind. The moment it does, you start taking time, as he is, or rather, as every one of them is.
It's a very good routine he has.
Except that it takes too much time.
But he must be under pressure now. It's a par putt, isn't it? Oh, he drops a shot there.
I think he does drop a shot there. Tough day for the leader. He hasn't had a win since 2022. Unless he makes a big charge from here on, it seems to be slowly but steadily slipping away.
I think there'll be 10 people who are in striking distance in the top, in the first group, 16 to 14. You got 10 people in a striking distance, right? 2 strokes.
There are 15 players in a span of 3 strokes.
Brilliant.
3 strokes within each other. Is that Shorty at 16, then the whole bunch at 15 and 14. Binu here. Sorry, this is Arjun Prasad.
Oh my God. What would you say about that? That's a 360-degree turn there. A horseshoe.
A horseshoe. Arjun's upset, clearly. We had a good day today, but finishing with a
Would
putt
that be
like
for a
that, never
par?
happy.
He's kept a clean sheet till now. If that is a par.
Interestingly poised there. Shaurya Bhattacharya at 16 under with Arjun Prasad, Thangaraja, and Abhinav Lohan and Dharma. 4 players, 1 shot behind him. Shaurya. A few good moments out there. Shaurya, Karthik, and Kalin finishes off. Manoj. Some other putts that did fall. Jamal Hussain here. And now Maniram. Akshay. Angad Chima here. Yes, ever so delicate. If one were to go through this entire series of putts that we just showed, it shows how players have different styles and stances. So nothing's right, nothing's right. So that birdie which Shaurya picked up on the 12th has pulled him up further, has taken him further ahead at 17 under. He is already 4 under for the day. And he is followed by 3 players, Thangaraja, Abhinav Lohan, and Dharma at 15 under. Arjun Prasad, Chima, Manoj, and Samath Dwivedi at 14 under. So it's 9 players within 3 shots of each other. And of course, Shaurya Bhattacharya is at 17 under. So essentially, 8 players are within 1 shot of each other for the second and third bunches, which is the tied second and the tied fifth. So this is really, really tight.
And just a small joinder there. The top 10 had a very good mix of young and experienced people.
Absolutely. I mean, there is Shaurya Bhattacharya, who's just pretty new in the pro ranks. I'm sure he must be looking at the possibility of a maiden win. There's Maniram's group there. That's the 14th hole, Maniram.
He's steady as a rock, isn't he?
Yes,
Just
indeed.
be there. Keep grinding. Don't do
Shaurya
anything more.
Bhattacharya, who is in his second year as a professional, having turned professional in 2024, did pick up his first win at the JK Open presented by JK Tourism. So that was his maiden win. And interestingly, he beat Karthik Sharma to the title there by 2 shots.
Dharma's tee shot didn't make the green there on the 14th.
Interestingly, that win in JK Open was Shaurya's only top 10 of the year. He did have a couple of other 4 other top 15s. 11th at the Nissan Open Delhi NCR. He was 12th at the KGISCL Presents Coimbatore Open, the 13th at Vizag, and 12th at Pune. And that one great fine win, the maiden win of his pro career, coming at the JK Open presented by JK Tourism. He'd be fancying him to pick up a second win here this week. We're hoping to do that. 2 shots clear of the field right now. And 2 shots mean a lot at this stage in a field like this. I mean, it looks like a big gap where the rest of the players are all bunched up together within a shot of each other.
Yeah, it's the thing about winners are that once you get a taste of success, you kind of know how to get it done again. And Shaurya being a winner, I think that's going to hold him in good stead. 17 under par is a good sizable number. With a 2 shot lead, it's still early days, but nevertheless, it's always better than a solitary shot. 2 shot, although this is a scoring golf course, so might need more of a chasm than just 2 to get it done. But Enthangaraja, alongside 4 other players, Abhinav Lohan, Manoj S, the youngster, has gone on a tear. 4 under on the back 9, and Arjun Prasad, 6 under par today, finds himself at 14 under par.
That's the kind of bunch of birdies that I was talking about, these players that they've managed today. Like you just mentioned, Manoj picking up a whole lot in a bunch. 4 in a matter of 5 holes between the 10th and the 14th. As they call it, a birdie run.
Yeah, quite a birdie run indeed.
I suppose, when you are on a birdie run, that hole suddenly starts looking much bigger than it is. Shaurya has birdied 4 of his last 5 holes.
Yeah, as far as inaugural events go, this is really offered a lot in terms of top quality golf. The venue has really been one that has improved a lot over the days. The first few days, you saw the green speed has also gone up, and players have become familiar with this. And my congratulations to the entire team and the greenskeeping staff and everybody else who's closely associated with this venue and this tournament. They've really should be proud of themselves to be able to provide this venue to the best golfers in the country and the world.
I think while, yes, Shaurya, you are so right, congratulations to the entire staff of the golf course. I think it's also been a kind of teamwork. When you take a tournament to a new city, you are creating opportunities also for the greenkeepers, the staff at the golf course, the hospitality, and everybody to experience tournaments at the higher level So far, they must have seen a lot of local events, amateur events, etc. But to get there and put yourself out there for a professional event where the purse is like a crore of rupees, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
Dharma.
so the level is different.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry to cut you off. Dharma, unfortunately, that left that one begging. And Jamal would be hoping that he has a different fate. Yes, it's kudos to the team here. Getting things together for these grandstand events is not for the faint of heart. And they've definitely done well.
Missing any shots on the back line is painful. There's really been just a handful of drop shots on the back line, at least for the top 20 players. And so for anyone giving away a shot really, really hurts. And Arjun Prasad must be cursing himself, must have been really upset, kicking himself for that dropped shot on the 18th as he finished with a round of 64 or rather 63.
Yeah, Thangaraja at 15 under par, Shaurya Bhattacharya 17, and quite a few low numbers have been served up on this golf course. 8 under par by Samad Dwivedi, Shamim Khan. Yeah, we'll look at Dharma M. Jamal Hussain, having a steady day at even par today. Karthik Sharma, whose putter has given him a few troubles, is one of the few players who's over par today. That's rare. Cullen being the other one. But both these players' putters have not really gone the way that they should have. Harinder Gupta, the veteran, is at 2 over par today. And then you have Vishesh Sharma at 2 over par today.
Vishesh, another young guy who's in his rookie here, came through the qualifying school, made the cut in his first two core events. So in the top 20 or thereabouts, only 3 players are par or over. And ironically, one of them is Kalin Joshi at 1 over through 12.
Udyan Mane now, the Olympian.
Udayan Mane, yes, Mane Man O Man, a former Order of Merit winner.
Getting a lot of backspin there. You probably wanted that to roll on a little more.
A good aerial view there. Long trudge. Up and back. Looks like an army walk. We are still some way away from the finish of the third round, the moving day.
Yeah, moving day has delivered in droves here at Raipur at the Fairway Golf and Lake Resort. I, for one, have been overjoyed at the quality of golf that's been on display here. And more so than our leader, youngster Shaurya Bhattacharya, only 21 years of age and playing like a grizzled veteran. 17 under par, 2 shots ahead of Thanga Raja. It's definitely an international affair. Abhinav Lohan.
This is the third young man, Pranav Madikar, in this group, along with Udayan Mane and Thangaraja playing together. Thangaraja has made the big move today. He was way behind at the start.
Not opting to have the glove. That's something that you see a lot of players do just to enhance their feel around the greens. Rohan Dole Patil also shooting a stellar 6 under par.
That's it.
Good shot by Pranav, giving the hole a run, a scare.
The back nine has actually produced some good scores, as you just mentioned, Rohan. 6 under, pretty neat. So, I mean, there's been a lot of back nine charges and rallies which have actually seen low scores coming up. If the front nine is 30, par 33 for the first 9 holes, it's 36 for the back nine. And the players with those 2 par 5s on the 11th and the 13th have made good use of that, picked up a lot of shots there. And even the 14th, which is a short par 3, has benefited the players a lot. Samath Dwivedi, in fact, at the par 4 12th, hold his second shot. And so that was an eagle 2, one of the 2 eagles that we've had. No, I'm sorry, there's been a few more. The 2 eagles in the top 20 odd player from among the top 20 players. Shaurya Bhattacharya, trying to put a lot of distance between him and the rest of the field, has picked his third birdie in succession. He has duly birdied his par 5 13th.
Yeah, par 5 13th is one that if you don't birdie, you'd really be remiss with yourself. And I'd say that maybe even is not, an eagle is also not outside the realm of possibilities. Yet we've not seen an eagle there. We've seen one on hole number 12, as well as another solitary, it's 4 eagles on hole number 8. So shows you that there are many opportunities here to go low.
See, one of the key gains for Shaurya has been that he's taken full advantage of the 3 par 5s, picked up a shot on each one of them. And that is what you need to do. If you want to get somewhere ahead in a close contest like this, you've got to grab those chances. He's picked up birdies on all the 3 par 5s, I think he's had to take on. He has the 8th, the 11th, and the 13th. So 3 of his 6 birdies have come on the par 5s. And I think that actually starts showing on the scoreboard, on the leaderboard. He's moved up a fair bit. He is now 3 clear of Thangaraja, Abhinav Lohan, Manoj, and Dharma, who are all at 15 under. I think when the last putt is rolled in today, those 3 birdies, as also his consistent play after that bogey, on the third. I mean, he began par, and then bogey the third hole. After that, he has been a picture of consistency, picked the shots at the right holes, and made very few mistakes, if any at all. He did miss a birdie or 2 opportunity, But although I would say an opportunity, he did have a chance to add to that quota.
Back to the action after that lovely view. That's, if I'm not mistaken, that's Shaurya off the tee. The tour heads to Ahmedabad after this week for the Ahmedabad Golf Championship 2025. Then off to the city of joy, Kolkata. Then back to the capital for the Delhi Challenge, being played at the Classic Golf and Country Club. And then the Hero Indian Open, being played at DLF Golf and Country Club. Then the PGTI Invitational at Greater Noida. Let's have a look at Cullen on the tee. Maybe this is where he can turn it around. Has been a day that he'd like to forget, unless he's able to turn it around and make a few birdies. After that, we head over to Ahmedabad again for the Indo-Rama Golf Championship. Then the Callens Open in New Delhi again, followed by the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitation. So a stacked schedule. My mind, I can't quite recollect such a strong first half in recent years. It just shows you that the tour has grown in strength, and so have the players. It's I know the players are teeming with excitement.
संगवारी हो, 4 महाद्वीप के पहाड़ चढ़े के बाद हमार छत्तीसगढ़ के अपन बेटी तियाशी जैन एवरेस्ट पहाड़ लचड़ के एक नवा कीर्तिमान रची से।
कीर्तिमान सिर्फ मैंने नहीं रचा है, कीर्तिमान रचा है छत्तीसगढ़ की उन हजारों महिलाओं ने जिन्होंने छत्तीसगढ़ हर्बल्स के प्रोडक्ट को शुद्धता के शिखर तक पहुंचाया है।
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ है, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होश।
Bisleri, drink it up.
Back to action. Karthik Sharma there on the green. Not to be. He's also having a bit of a struggle there today on the putting surface. Normally a good putter. And here we have Shaurya, who seems to be running away with those 3 birdies in a row. 11, 12, 13. And Kalin Joshi here. Trying to hang on. Not been the best day.
Yes, it's been a day of struggles, but that means that tomorrow might hold a lot of promise for Cullen. He can make amends with a stellar final round, and he still does have a few holes. And all of these holes coming in are birdie holes. And each shot is dear. The top 5 positions do offer world ranking points as well. We have a lot of our players plying their trade on all over the world in different tours. Shubhankar comes to mind as a prominent one on the DP World Tour. Anirban Lahiri playing on Live Tour. And quite a bevy of golfers on the Asian Tour. And the stalwarts of Indian golf, Arjun Atwal, Jeev and Jyoti now playing on senior tours respectively. And Arjun Atwal still coming up with some really fantastic performances like he did at the Senior British Open not too long ago. And Jyoti Randhawa winning the qualifying score for the seniors at Europe or Japan? Where was it?
Europe.
At Europe,
The
yes.
Legends Tour.
The Legends Tour. So still got a lot of fire in the belly and a lot of fuel in the tank, so as to speak.
With a man who's really hungry at every level, and even at the Legends Tour, traveling all over the world, is G. Milka Singh. He played the season's first Legends Tour event in the US, and then, or rather, on the US PGA, on the Champions Tour, but it was held in Morocco, the Trophy Hassan. And then he went to Marbella, Spain, and he also plans to play in Japan, in Europe. So, I mean, he loves his travel for golf. He says there's nothing for me to do except play golf, and he loves it. And no wonder the results also follow.
Yeah, he's still really good. Although it gets pretty difficult after, I think he must be at least 53 or.
Yes, 53. But he says, and he divides his time between the main tour, the Asian tour, and whenever he gets an opportunity on the Indian on the DP World Tour, and of course the senior tours around the world, Champions Tour, Legends Tour, Japan Tour. I mean, he really wants to have an Indian seniors tour too. So there is talk about it, and I would be surprised to see some kind of an arrangement between the PGTI and the seniors tour, because many of the players on this in the PGTI tour.
Look at that
will
putt
be
now,
able
having to go off.
Yeah.
I would have thought that from here a chip might have been a better choice. So I'm a little surprised. I would have thought that just chipping off the green and then repairing a divot might have been a much better option, because he had to go over a considerable amount of first cut, and yeah, so a little surprised with that.
Lack of experience again, I would say. Sure, Abino.
You have to follow this routine till the last putt, isn't it?
Well, there it is. I mean, once you get used to it, you become, well, I wouldn't say a slave to it, but you get so used to this routine that you just can't do this. Sometimes now look at it. Shaurya has actually doing it twice over almost. So that does. I mean, if he is actually doing all this in the other player's time, that is pretty good, pretty understandable. With Tanga having picked up a shot towards the end, so he is 16 now, only two behind. Shaurya is 18 under. Abhinav Lohan and Manoj S. and Dharma at 15. Shaurya trying to put a little bit of distance between himself and the rest, but the others are not going to go away in a hurry. Now this putt was nowhere near, nowhere near.
Got some work cut out to get back.
Again, this could actually put pressure on him, even for the return putt. So this three putt will actually be
very costly for him.
Very costly for him.
He's trending the other way compared to the top 14. And a shout out to the people who are behind the scene working to make this tournament this grand success. The tournament's rules officials, Sampachari sir, tournament director and referee. You have ALN Verma, referee. Pranthor Barua, referee again. Randeep Lathar, referee. Sujit Nagarath, referee. These are the people who will be on the course helping people out to make sure that finishes on time, sort out issues, and help the players get to where they want to be. Binu is still working on it. Yes, he's been put out of his miseries. He's walking out of the green, not very happy though. What will Sharma ji do here? He is a good partner, isn't he? He goes about his business very smoothly, with intent. Final changes. Do these people have a line on the ball which helps them to
Well,
align?
every golfer has his own way of trying to deal with the putts.
They are taking their time, aren't they?
Yes,
Back
indeed.
nine gives them plenty of opportunities to score.
Another costly miss there for Akshay. Not a happy thing for Akshay.
All these easy misses, if I could put it that way,
Oh, well,
4 foot, 5 feet, they will add
the
up, won't they?
unfortunate misses, I would say.
Unfortunate, brilliant. Good choice of words there. They will add up.
The 18th for Angad Chima. Angad Chima, whose putter was red hot on the front nine, has cooled off on the back nine. 3 under for the front nine, even par for the back nine. Harendra Gupta. Chhattisgarh. And the third player in the group, Pawan Kumar.
Some sort of a nice driving iron, 362 yards, and a mighty swing. Still looking at the ball, a bit anxious, I guess.
So we've got the SECL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championships, the third event on the season's schedule. We're now to the 17th where Manoj is ready to tee off. So that's the third last group, which is just 2 holes away from the finish for the day. And then it'll be Jamal, Hussain, Maniram, and Dharma behind them, followed by the lead group of Karthik, Shaurya, and Khalid. Shaurya Bino's also had a bit of an average day, I would say, or rather a disappointing day, not even average. He's dropped quite a few shots there. Three dropped shots. Rather 4 actually. hovering just around inside the top 20s, could fall out pretty soon with a couple of mistakes more. It's a tough day for him. It's been very, very tough for him.
Players are finding the green reading a bit difficult today, but not missing by much. Near about, but
Action replay there. Another look at those misses. For some, the back nine has been very scoring, and for others, it's been a frustrating afternoon. That will allow. Here, Shorebino.
is he using his flat stick outside the green?
We are headed towards the closing stages of the third round of the SECL Chhattisgarh Open, presented by Chhattisgarh Tourism. So that Shorebino finally does get over that hole. There's Akshay.
Players tending to use the putter off the green as well. Just
Well, it depends upon how comfortable they are, especially when you're at the edge. It's better to use the putter. They have better control on that. Yet there are some others who feel better or easier to use a wedge. No, stays away. Launch another one of those youngsters with a lot of stars in his eyes and hoping to make a mark on that. But should tell us that he does have a good future. A Kerala lad who now lives in Bangalore, plays most of his golf there on the PGTI. And there is Akshay.
as Akshay finishes off, you've got Tangaraja who's finished. He's in the clubhouse with 16 under. You've got Arjun Prasad who's in the clubhouse. You've got Udayan also in the clubhouse. So 4 people in the top Top five have gone back. So Shaurya could have an opportunity to move away,
Yes,
get a
Shaurya
bit
can
more
actually extend his lead, stretch his lead, and make it a bit more,
comfortable for him to go
create a
away.
better cushion
Mhm.
for the final day. And there is Angad Chima's group. Angad's got a drop. The more preferred lies are being used this week. So wherever you do get a free drop, the players are trying to use their chance. So this is the 17th hole where these guys are playing Angad Chima. And on the feed too is Maniram. Maniram, who's playing along with Jamal and Dharma.
You see Angad using a wedge outside the green, just outside, isn't it?
It's a pretty good shot that he's executed. See, there are times when you don't want to take a chance towards the end of the round, where you don't want to drop a shot or two, especially for someone like Angad, who's not had a very smooth back nine. It was front nine, which has been the tougher part this today. He was 3 under for the front nine, but unfortunately hasn't been able to pick up any shots on the back nine. Hole 16, that was. Harinder Gupta here on the screen again. Harinder Gupta was almost a near prodigy when he was in his teens, when he was coming up in Chandigarh. He won a tournament in Chandigarh 3 times in a row, 3 years in a row, as a young pro. Pawan Kumar.
It's a lovely
That
stroke.
was a satisfying putt out there.
He is happy. He
Waves
is
out.
happy.
Shaurya Bhattacharya 18 under. Thangaraja 16 under. This is the 16th hole for this group. Another look at that lovely putt by Pawan. And there it goes. Pop. No better sight than seeing that ball disappear into the cup.
Yeah, no matter what the skill level, it's always a sight for sore eyes when you can't see the ball no more. As long as you can find it. Now, Angachima on the green. Angachima really matured as a player. Back in 2012, if I'm not wrong, he was India number 3 on the professional golf tour of India. I remember having deep conversations with him that it's so important that you have a linear growth in your career. It's not that easy. It's easier said than done. As the tour becomes more competitive each year, the victors of past are not guaranteed a starting berth either. So you always have to earn your keep on tour. You can see the rice mark there. So it's not guaranteed that if you're top 5 one year, you'll be top 5 the next. It's you see a fresh pool of talent that comes in each year and displaces those who can't quite keep their card, and even the top 10 becomes a lot more keenly contested. You have international players who come in, So it is somewhat changed the complexion of the game.
Like you say about your other favorite game, Shaurya, cricket. No matter, even if you score a double century, the next inning starts from zero.
Yeah, no doubt that is indeed the case. We see the group of Pavan Kumar, Angad Chima, Harinder Gupta. You're
Oh,
seeing
they
a lot of
finished. Yeah, they finished with their.
seeing a lot of international flavor now, as cricketing flavor rather, who take to the game of golf. Cricketers really do like golf as well, and I think it's just an extension of the game. Especially batsmen, I feel they really take to the game. Quite a few good golfers. Glenn Maxwell hits the ball a country mile. I'd actually seen Ricky Ponting once hit a 7-iron 200 yards. Very long hitters. Even Ajay Jadeja, good long hitter. Murli Karthik, I think. So when you can wield the heavy bat, the golf club seems rather minuscule by comparison. And even Mr. Kapil Dev, he was a prodigious hitter. So that's one thing in common that I've seen in good top level sportsmen, that they really do enjoy the challenge of golf. And I'd say if I have to think of sport as we come back to Kalin Joshi here, uh, Kalin currently at even par for the day, having made a birdie, so steadied the ship somewhat and still has 4 holes to go. Maybe he can make a few birdies in style.
He'd be happy to just pick up a couple of shots because right now the he's running out of holes for the third day, and he wouldn't want to give any more ground to his rival, especially the one right at the top there, Shaurya Bhattacharya playing alongside him. Nice aerial view.
Cullen's playing hole number 16.
There's Shaurya Bhattacharya there at the back.
Very intricate design here on this golf course. Certain holes, driver is taken out of your hand, and you have to go with a rescue or a short iron, and then work your way around. This is definitely one of those holes, hole number 16, measuring only at about 419 yards, 395 rather, hole number 16, but with 9 off the tee. So somewhat that becomes an equalizer as you look at hole number 17. Hole number 17 measuring 179 yards. So that is an average length as far as the par 3 is concerned. Maybe going with the 7-9 here is Jamal.
And there's Jamal.
That comes up a little to the right, but no harm done. That should be a fairly straightforward chip and putt for Jamal Hussain. From the players who have completed their rounds, there have been low numbers aplenty. And they have a look at a shot by Shaurya. And that's a decent effort by Shaurya. You can see the pin all the way at the back left. Seen low numbers, 4 under by Om Prakash Chauhan, Milan Soni 5 under par, 6 under by Sarthak Chibber and Rohan Dhole Patil. And then further, you see 3 under by Mohammad Azhar, 4 under by par by Pranav Mardikar. Then you have Samar Dwivedi and Shamim Khan, both at 8 under par. Samar Dwivedi has put himself in the thick of things, going that stellar round, and so has Shamim Khan. Both of them at 14 under par, but might be a little bit too much of an ask with the way the leaders are going.
Shaurya has consistently been putting that pressure on He's not missed many opportunities. He's created them and he's converted them.
When I see a lot of these houses are occupied, maybe the majority seems like it's split down the middle aren't. And when they do, it will make for a perfect morning tea. Look at the golf course and players playing golf.
Indeed. Maniram Jamal on the left. On feed 1, feed 2, Khalil Joshi is there, hoping to salvage the day and making sure that it doesn't go from bad to worse. See, talking of his slip, or rather him not being in the lead or close to it, despite being just even par for the day so far, Cullen is actually, in terms of his position on the leaderboard, he's still tied for the sixth spot, which is how close it is there on the leaderboard. 13 players hover between 19 and 14 under. Of course, Shaurya Bhattacharya at 19 under is 3 shots clear of the second place Thangaraja. And then from Abhinav Lohan, that is who's tied third, with 2 others down to Shamim Khan, who's tied for sixth with 6 others. It's a whole big bunch, just 1 shot with each other. So it's anything can happen on the final day. Any of these top 15 players can actually pull it off. Of course, they would need a little bit of help from Shaurya. He would have to open the door a little bit. But what we've seen so far today, every small mistake can prove to be a very costly one because each shot counts. Sure, it does always in golf, but here more than ever, it is extremely costly.
We draw towards the end of the third round. It's been an enthralling ride thus far. Cullen on the right hand side. Maybe he drains this and finally gets to red numbers. You feel that he's been left out of the party. One of the only players in the top 30 is not under par. That putt, unfortunately, will still leave him with some work for par. If you look at the scoreboard, Shaurya has now opened up a handsome 3-shot lead. He's 4 under on the back nine and he's 6 under for his last 8 holes. Coming along really well is Shaurya.
It's been a good week so far. He was 40th in the opening event of the season in Tollygunge, and he missed the cut last week in grade 1. Thank you, gentlemen, both the players and the caddies, for giving our cameraman a lot of space to ensure that we catch the action cleanly. Karthik Sharma.
We've seen him. This length has been his Achilles heel today. Struggled a little bit on the greens. Let's see if he is able to unravel this mystery. Looks like it might just break towards his left. Fairly benign, but straight should do it. And that's a good putt by him, and would be happy that he sold that 5 footer. Would feel buoyed after such a good putt.
Cullen. He's gotten is almost the same distance, but on the other side.
A lot simpler for Karan. It's uphill. Maybe not much to this putt at all. Yeah, gives that a firm wrap.
That's it. The closing hole, the 18th. This Southeastern Coalfields Limited SECL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championships 2025, presented by Chhattisgarh Tourism. Shaurya Bhattacharya tidies it up.
This golf course is the first 18-hole golf course to be developed in the central part of India, designed by Pacific Coast, designed from Australia, and project managed by SGDC. And the course is a fine example of how challenging yet fun a 6,000-yard golf course can be. And the Professional Golf Tour of India so far staged tournaments across 16 states, 2 union territories, and the National Capital Territory of Delhi. With the staging of SECL Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship, the PGTI makes its foray into the state of Chhattisgarh and thus expanding its geographical footprint to the country to 17 states. So the PGTI is going from strength to strength, and so is our man on the screen, Shaurya Bhattacharya. He's at 19 under par, and I had predicted that 26 could be the number. I think it's safe to say that he'll get to at least 20 under par today, and that's where the lead will lie. And so the rest of the pack would have a difficult task catching him if he can. We've just gotten an update. Shaurya Bhattacharya has already reached 20 under par. So he's making short work of this golf course and the rest of the field by extension. Stellar player, Shaurya Bhattacharya. Full of promise and able to deliver on that promise. Coming up short and right on this hole, and that's a good place to miss it. In fact, from there, birdie is also a possibility.
The penultimate hole for the day. Karthik Sharma, par 3.
Hole number 17, the par 3. Now we have a look at Cullen. It's a very narrow target, very small thimble of a green, especially towards the front part. That's the first shot that we've seen there. Brilliant shot by Cullen. So if the putter doesn't work, then it's best that you totally neutralize the requirement of a putter by hitting it close. And he's done that really well. So he should finally move to red numbers with Cullen, and that would take him to 15 under par within striking distance of the leader as we have a look at M. Dharma. Not quite certain. Now he's overshot that the target, and that's going to be a tricky one coming back for him. Not much green to work with. Will require the deft touch of a surgeon.
Right now, you've got Shaurya, who's got a bit of daylight between him and the rest of the pack. 16 under. Thangaraja, who's in the clubhouse. Another 2 holes to go.
Yeah, we are almost done with moving day, and it's been a moving day that's been apt, especially given the grandeur of this tournament. We were hoping that the third day would produce some fireworks, and it surely has. 7 under by Shaurya, 7 under by Thangaraja. Let's have a look at Jamal, who's not been playing too well. 1 under for the day, and had that on a string. Spun that back a good 4 to 5 yards. Now we'll have that to get back to even for the day and 12 for the tournament. So, not the most ideal day for Jamal either. Abhinav Lohan, also 5 under par, getting to 15 under par. And I think on a golf course like this, a lead of 4 shots is fairly considerable, given the fact that if he can even shoot 3 under par tomorrow, then the chasing pack and Thangaraja would need to shoot 7 under just to get to playoffs. So I think if he can just finish at 20 under par, the tournament would be his to give away. And he would really have to capitulate on the final day in order to not win this tournament, because the chasing back pack is a good distance behind, and 15 under, 20 under. So they would have to shoot lights out in order to challenge him tomorrow.
And he hold it? He has. So he's come to 21 under there, Shaurya. So one more hole to go, and he should be having a good night's sleep tonight. The lead has extended to 5. Because Thangaraja is in the clubhouse. Abhinav is in the clubhouse. Manoj is in the clubhouse. M. Dharma on the last hole is not very well placed. So, good times for Shaurya. We have 2 feeds and Mariram's ball, but coming very close to the hole. Safest ever can be, Maniram. Karthik, good stroke, but did he get a good result there? Missing the putt by probably less than a foot, but taps it in for safety.
Now we have that dual view. Maniram, Karthik, we just saw tidying up.
What can Cullen make of this? Yes. He's able to keep a clean sheet there on the 17th as he walks in to the last hole. Jamal walks in with similar patterns. He follows his steady routine, walks up a couple of times, or doesn't like the flag in, probably just to have a look.
Yeah, sometimes it just helps you to align.
And he puts it back actually, doesn't he?
Let's have a look at that chip shot. So he's not done, is our leader. He's at 21 under par, going strong. Really in control, has a vice grip on this tournament. Shaurya has a penchant of going low. An established winner. He might just be a precocious youngster, but he's got a lot of game. Many good golfers coming out of the EPTA Dholakwan. It's been a factory of golfers, and unfortunate. I think that hit the flag and came out. So you can see
It
that
was better out than in.
Yeah, that's one of my concerns. I rarely ever put the flag in. It seems to impede more than help. Only when you're really far away. Now you can see that he's not too. He looks a little befuddled, but I guess he only has himself to blame. Having the flag in, it actually makes the hole smaller in my view.
Oh, look at that replay.
You'll see it there. It hit the flag, and that's why you saw he was so disappointed and shocked.
Not the desired result.
Yeah, especially after a good putt.
Dharma couldn't do much on the back nine, did they? He's got pars, which is really great. Maybe what about last hole? Yes, safely in, I guess. Maniram also cleaning up behind him. Come. Grand old man walking out. Day's job done.
End of the day as well for Maniram. Dharma there. So that's over for day 3 for these gentlemen. Dharma shoots 3 under with the entire back nine being full of pars. He did have an eagle earlier in the day. 3 birdies, an eagle, and 2 bogey for 3 under.
What do you call Maniram? Old Fox? He's
Wow.
back in
Old
second
Fox.
position, yeah. No? Am I wrong there? Maniram, that's wrong. Is it 17 under? No, bit of a mess up in my PC there. Sorry.
So Maniram finishes the day at 2 under and 14 under total. So we're now coming to the closing stages of the third round with only the lead group, Karthik Sharma, Shaurya Bhattacharya and Kalin Joshi on the course. Shaurya Bhattacharya has been on fire. He's picked birdies on 6 of the last 7 holes. He's had 2 sets of a hat trick of birdies 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17. And he was smart to just play out a par on the par 3 14th. He's not taken any chances. He's grabbed every chance that has come his way. No risks. Hit the ball beautifully. He's been unerring in his precision. And then even now he is a little behind the trees, but he has a shot. And I'm sure he's looking at trying to get onto the green and holding out. It's been an absolutely fantastic day for Shaurya Bhattacharya. He's already 8 under for the day. It's been a week of low scores. Shaurya had a 61 on the second day. He had an 8 under 61 on the second day. And right now he's at 8 under with 1 hole to go. But he needs to be very careful with this shot. The second shot of the par 4 18th. Can't afford any mistakes here. He is right now 21 under for the week for 53 holes. Let's see how he negotiates these trees in front of him. He's had a great day so far, but for that bogey on the third.
He's kept it well under the trees.
It now depends on whether he's onto the green or not. It doesn't look like. And here's Karthik. He's decided to go right hand here. He's decided to take off his glove, and instead of a left-handed shot, which is his normal one, he has decided to hit the right one because he doesn't have a clear shot with the tree coming in the way of his backswing.
These are shots probably you don't practice much.
No, they do. I mean, all these players, they try with that because they never know what they might need to do on the golf course. Golf has a strange way of coming up in new situations.
Not very
He's
happy.
not happy. He is not happy.
Shaurya walking very swiftly.
He had bogeys. Karthik had bogeys on the second and third. After that, he has been pretty good. No, he hasn't converted as many chances. He had 2 other birdies, and he was par, the only person with a par among the top 20 players, or rather 22 players. One of the very few players inside in the top 20 with a par or worse. So he had a par, and Jamal Hussain was 1 over. Colin Joshi had done well to pick up some shots after being even par for so long. He did manage to pick up the birdie on the 17th, which has put him in red numbers for the day. And he is at 15 under, of course, a yawning 6 shots behind Shaurya Bhattacharya, who has slowly and steadily pulled away from the field. The consistent string of birdies 11, 12, 13, a par on 14, and then birdies again on 15, 16, and 17. It's been an absolutely brilliant day. In fact, over the first 7 holes, Shaurya was just even par, and for the next 7 holes, he has been 8 under. In his last 10 holes, he's had 8 birdies. It's been the most fantastic. It's been a brilliant streak. Shaurya Bhattacharya looking for his second win in only his second season as a professional. He was one of India's top amateurs, represented India in multiple amateur events, and now seeking to make a career on the professional circuit. Remember, there is a big prize awaiting the Order of Merit winner at the end of the season. That is a card to the GP World Tour. Suddenly, the whole world opens out to you. You win the Order of Merit here, win a couple of tournaments, 2 or 3 or 4 or more, and everything opens out. A win here would also get you into the Indian Open because winners of the PGTI wins, they get a shot, they get a spot on the Indian Open. And when he gets into the Indian Open, there's more money that he can play for. So the next month for all these guys will be a big one with the Kolkata Challenger, the Delhi Challenger, and of course the Hero Indian Open.
Lots to play for then.
Lots to play for, a lot of money there to play for, and a lot of points, and a lot of things, cards, etc., and incentives to play for. Shaurya Bhattacharya. Hails from an army family. He practiced a lot of the APTA in the Army Environmental, the golf courses, and he has come through that route, represented India multiple times, just 22 years of age, seeking a second win. Of course, this is his 54th hole and for 18 more left on Friday. Left it short.
Could have finished it.
Now there's still a distance. He would
Sorry,
prefer not to take a chance there. There's Karthik here.
He's taking his time. Maybe the last shot for him today. Didn't go well, did that? Didn't have a very good ending for Karthik. But Ashore is extremely confident in his stride. A good result for him.
Kalin Joshi on the 18th on the third day. A huge difference from where he was a day earlier in the lead, and today trying to stay in there, hang in there to give himself a chance on the fourth and final day.
Yeah, job done.
That was a good finish for Kalin. So Shaurya finishes off the inside. So there we are, end of the third day of the SEC or Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championships 2025, presented by Chhattisgarh Tourism. the Fairway Golf and Lake Resort hosting a PGTI Championships, or for that matter, a professional event for the first time. The prize purse of rupees 1 crore at stake. 54 holes finished there, and Shaurya Bhattacharya is the leader, and Kalin Joshi has put himself back in the fray. He seemed to be headed the other way at one stage, but it's been much better now for him. Kalin Joshi, I think, will be 16 under, and that could mean a tie for the second place. Let's see if he actually got himself a birdie at the end.
Very well poised for a final day's play.
The final day's play will be really tight there. So we now can confirm that it was indeed a birdie. That putt from Kalin Joshi was a birdie finish at the end of a rather frustrating day for Kalin Joshi, and shows that he finished at 2 under for the day. And at 16 under, he is now tied for the second place with Tangaraja. So Shaurya Bhattacharya closes the day with a par, only his third par of the back nine. He had 6 other birdies. So 8 under for the day, the day's best card, and he is now moved to 21 under and a 5-shot lead over Tangaraja and Kalin Joshi. And here are the highlights.
Beautiful putts coming in. Early part of the day, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah. Kalin had his first half was good. Karthik was struggling. Moves down. Finishing off this time. Action. Needs pass today. End of the day, you could say you can't take this course for granted, can you?
Oh, certainly not. I mean, it's just past 69, but here, look at that full horseshoe. You have to be on the ball every second of the game. This is the man of the day.
Coach does reward good play as well. Punishes any error which comes about.
Shaurya Bhattacharya.
That was a gem. That was a gem on the 17th. And a nice finish.
A great day. He put in one of the best performances on the tour so far. 8 under on any course is fantastic. Today he won 8 under and moved from 13 under, 21 under, and into a 5-shot lead.